Give me a run for my money. There was nobody, no one that run me. So give me a run for my money. Sipping bubbly, feeling lovely. Living lovely. She's lovely. I wanna be with you. Ay, I wanna be with you. I wanna be with you. Ay, I wanna be with you. I wanna be with you. Me just love me. If I didn't ride blade on curve, would you still love me? If I'm in my mind at work, would you still love me? Keep it 100, I'd rather you trust me than to love me. Keep it a whole 100, don't got you, I got nothing. I got something. Hold up. We gon' function, no assumptions. Feeling like Tyson with it. Got out Tyson with it. Only for the night, I'm kidding. Only for life, yeah, only for life, yeah, only for life. Let's get it. Hit that shoulder, man. I know what's coming over me. Backstroke overseas. I know what you need. Already on 10, all money come in. All feeling go out. This feeling don't drought. This party won't end. If I didn't ride blade on curve, would you still? If I'm in my mind at work, would you still? Keep it 100, I'd rather you trust me than to. Keep it a whole 100, don't got you, I got nothing. Run for my money. There was nobody, no one that run me. So give me a run for my money. Sipping bubbly, feeling lovely. Living lovely. She's lovely. I wanna be with you. 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 Just love me. I'm on the way. We ain't got no time to waste. Poppin' your gum on the way. And mine away. I don't want pressure you none. I want your blessing today. Go by the way. Open the door by the way. Show you that I'm on the way. I'm on the way. I know connection is vague. Pick up the phone for me, babe. Damn it, we jamming. Had a two for your nanny. Curving your hip for your memory. Remember, Gardena, I took the studio camera. I know Top will be mad at me. I had to do it. I want your body and music. I'm about to be one to prove it. Look what you made. Told you that I'm on the way. I'm like an exit away. Yeah. If I didn't ride blade on curve, would you still? If I'm in my mind at work, would you still? Keep it 100, I'd rather you trust me than to. Keep it a whole 100, don't got you, I got nothing. Run for my money. There was nobody, no one that run me. So give me a run for my money. Feeling lovely, feeling lovely. Living lovely. She's lovely. I wanna be with you. 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 Me just love me.
Young and fine and dark and handsome. And I'ma give you the smell of your perfume. I thought I was immune. Looking around this room, can't help but see the traces of you. This moment is surreal. I can't put into words how I feel.
Something happened, you know, and You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna have to move in a whole different way than I've been moving in. You know, a lot of people like you gotta come out the shell and all of this here. But I'm gonna be honest, bro. Um, I'm not here for the same reason that a lot of the other motherfuckers are here for. So when certain things happen, bro, I'm gonna take it personal. So, just something happened, bro, and I'm not cool with, and I know the reason. And one of the reasons is because you know what I mean? I know my value, I know my position on the board, and I myself gotta be honest, I've been devaluing it. So a lot of people on the outside, you know, the way that they treat others, they, get accustomed to it, and maybe this is the norm. But nigga, fucking with me, you dealing with something that the game has never seen before. So, moving forward, it's just certain things I'm not accepting, I'm not fucking with. You know what I'm saying? I think I did enough work to get that position is little things, but it's things that shouldn't be happening. And I'm A-Reed, so a lot of things can happen and I can act like I don't see it. But when I'm ready to when that day come, you know, it just, I'm undervaluing myself, and me feeling like I'm doing it because I want to help or give other people opportunities. But when you open the door and be that accessible and get that much opportunity to so many people, then they don't place no value on it. So, you know, niggas getting platinum packs and then coming back trying to do disputes with their banks and all that. That's not what happened, but it happened before. But it's like nobody put a weapon to you and made you, you know what I mean? So certain things I don't you know what I'm saying? A lot of shit, nigga, I invest in myself, nigga. I spend a lot of money, on ideas that I have and don't even get, if this was different circumstances, not even getting out of it, the value, the true value, because I want to look out for a motherfucker, or I want motherfuckers to be able to, and it's not, when you putting that type of energy out and it's not coming back, so I'm on some other shit, bro, and for me, just flipping out on some wild man shit, I'ma chill, keep my composure, but you know, moving on, you know what I'm saying? Nigga gonna put some respect on my Indian, or a nigga gonna give me back and give me 50 feet. You feel me? And that's just how I'm coming. So leave that alone. But what up with y'all? How y'all feeling? How y'all feeling, man? Hope y'all day going good. Hey, today is Ebenezer's birthday. And yeah, say niggas cheap. It ain't even that. It's you gotta understand, when is the last time somebody came through that was actually worthy. You know what I'm saying? That actually was of inequality. You gotta think of how many master teachers these niggas will come out here and call these people master teachers, bro. and them niggas died in poverty, or they in their older ages and they have financial problems because you giving, and somebody then tricked you into thinking your giving is your life duty. But then when you get to a point in your life where, you know what I mean, you need that reciprocated, you need that energy back, and niggas are gone. They on the next pony, they on to the next hot nigga or the next hot topic and shit. Name them. Name. Go through the names of these people that's master teachers, and let's see if they the ones around. And let's see how they doing. Let's see how the ones that still living. Let's see how they doing. It's a crying shame, and niggas will dedicate their life. So when I say nigga, I got a covenant with the ancestors, nigga. I have a plan on when I want to leave out. So I'm on the fast track, and not saying we're gonna skip any corners, you know what I'm saying, or just get anything out. No, I'm on the fast track. Anybody chasing greatness is a sense of urgency in you. It's a sense of I don't have that much time in it. So if you're, and that's a lot of people got content with what they were or what they had or what they was, what they had, and they stopped being hungry. A lot of people hit their ceiling because it wasn't they calling to come out here and grab a microphone and, you know what I'm saying, not just have content, but have a real meaningful message that can impact people's lives. You feel me? So a lot of niggas here and it's not their calling. You know what I'm saying? So people can get that shit misconstrued. When you do get quality, generational motherfucking talent, you don't even appreciate it because the norm is average. The norm is a bunch of average motherfuckers. So, yeah, man, I just, Dane called me a couple weeks ago, and and we were talking about, you know what I'm saying, just different projects. And Dane was, man, you need to get paid. And I understand where you're coming from, because Raspy told me the same thing. But me, trees to tell your friend ass nigga, I want my people and them to have certain things. I want them to be, at a certain position where their confidence is high, where they have purpose. You know what I'm saying? They not just existing. They just not here to show up to a show because somebody gave them a wrench. They not here just to entertain low vibrational shit. They're not just here. You sit here, you've been here a couple years and you look up and nothing have been achieved or accomplished. It's the same shit from day one when you walked in the door. You're still getting that same thing. So, yeah, I understand, and you really can't like fault the people because it's like it ain't no motherfuckers chasing greatness or no legendary shit or nothing to be written about, nothing to write home about. You know what I'm saying? Is mediocre shit. And most of the time it's not even their own original. Hello, somebody. So when you do get the real, you're underappreciated. And my granny used to tell me, don't go where you are not appreciated. Know your worth, know your value. I always tell y'all, she told me, teach them how to treat you. You gotta teach them how to treat you. Because if they usually dealing with average motherfuckers, then they gonna treat you average because they don't know how to spot greatness or talent. They you know, motherfucker, you know, they've been bamboozled, tricked, and you feel me? Shout out to Dave. People went out there and bought Dave's book. I want Dave to do good, but Dave at his age even spoke about financial problems. The shit I'm talking about, nigga would give his whole life to something, but the people that you supposedly doing it for, oh, let's do this for the people don't give a fuck about you. Man been doing this since 1969, whether it's right or wrong. He, you know, he got plenty grants and all of that, but nigga, in this time, before we got over there, he spoke about financial issues. How many these elders or master teachers that around here still have to talk, you know, concerned with financial issues? On gang, nigga. Got me fucked up. So then the nigga gotta lower his standards, his value, no matter how much money the nigga done paid. And then you put a price on it, and the motherfucker don't feel like it's a value because he can go around the corner and get something free. Not even understanding that the value is far from it. You're wasting life most precious thing, and there's time, shit that you can't get back. You ain't even understanding that. But nigga entertain the mediocre shit because it's free. But something that can actually, you know, put some fat on you, or something that can actually help you, something that can help turn the light on, something that can, you know, so it's hard to even tell the difference because you got everybody trying to do the same thing. I look around and everyone, you can go to any app and they got American Indian in their mouth, or they got something to say about an Indian. Like this not all of a sudden, everybody want, you know, in order to make content, in order to be relevant, in order for somebody to listen to you, you got people on TikTok every single day. They'll make a title and it gotta be something about, oh, we African Indian or this or that. Then you got the fucking Moors. They're so upset. The Moors are upset because that shit they was kicking, you know, they can no longer, you know, it's no longer relevant. It's no longer relevant. So, you know, it's a lot of hatred, a lot of envy, a lot of jealousy because niggas had opportunities and they did nothing with them. So how is that anyone else's fault? You know, how come the game, you know, nigga want to sit at the table, but you done nothing to elevate the game? I'm not, you know, I've been over here putting together my projects and shit. You know, we just come off of another classic, something extra to add to the resume. And all it does is just separate you from others. When you look at the people, look at motherfuckers and the people that they're talking to, the conversations they're having, and then they turn around and have an ego, but it don't even measure up to the, you know what I'm saying? Certain arenas and areas you can't even get in because you don't even meet the qualifications. But they would want something more than what a nigga who got the qualification. At this point, I'm certified. I ain't bragging on myself or nothing. I mean, I'm saying that I know my worth and niggas gonna quit playing with me. Like what I do is not. Y'all just heard the tape the other day. If anybody want a conversation on that, you know what I'm saying? You know, the little fly shit. A1 talking about Caremio made a black European. A1. So why did Caremio deny it? Why Caremio never said that? But it be little slick ass shots. And this ain't even got nothing to do with that. But you know, a little Tweety bird told me that type of shit. I don't care about that type of shit. You know what I'm saying? I got work. I got so much work on that. I even got a debate on that. I fought Jabari on that topic. Like, I fought for this shit. I got series upon series. Nigga created a whole genre. You never heard the term Black European used. Shout out to the homie Curry Mayo. He'll come up here and tell you, nigga, I ain't make up no motherfucking Black European. So why niggas gotta lie? Or how do niggas really feel? I don't give a damn. Like, I got so much shit on my plate, you know. So, you know, I'm getting so many phone calls. So many motherfuckers want to talk to me. So many opportunities and doors opening. You know what I'm saying? They're not calling other people. So that ain't nothing for me to, you know, even, you know, think about. I hear that shit going one end out the other because I'm focused on other things. I understand, nigga, the ancestors got me in the position, nigga, where, you know, man, I might want, you know, I got a job to do. And so in order to do that, I gotta remain focused. I can't worry about, you know, no motherfucking Sabir Bay. Sabir Bay over there talking about he got issues. He had to pay his Zoom and stream, yo, and they taking a lot of money out of his account and all this shit. The nigga sitting there did a garage sale live. You think I got something to say about these niggas? Brother did a garage sale live. He had some old Berber sweaters. Talking about he bought them in Morocco and people can buy them off him. He had one on. He said, you could buy this one I got on. And I'm like, man, what do y'all come from? What world do you come from? Nigga, I'm gonna buy a sweater that you've been walking around here for in years. Nigga doing garage sales, and that's what I'm saying, nigga. These niggas too old, been in the game too long, and you gotta sell the shirt off your back, nigga. You that fucked up. Shit that fucked up for you. You gotta sell the shirt off your back. So yeah, nah, homie. Why would I allow you to talk to me? You can't talk to me, nigga. Man, it's nothing to talk about. You're not the top mover, so I don't need to talk to you. I already talked to the top mover. I talked to the top paying African. You don't need to talk to me. We can run through it. Few Hebrew camps with rank. I don't need to talk to you niggas. So, and then just, you know, I ain't even got to talk about all that other shit, but that's neither here nor there. I'm just saying, when nigga lower his value, it gives other people the opportunity to have access to you that shouldn't have access to you. And that's where things go wrong because they're coming from a different place. I didn't lower my motherfucking standards. And now you're meeting people that's coming off of these lower vibrations. Keep it at the standard. Gucci ain't trying to hear that. Louis ain't trying to hear it. Don't look this way. Don't come in here. But I just went to Vegas. I went to the cosmopolitan, whatever the hell. They ran up racks, Big Daddy racks. But this the game. Don't look at me. Go down the streets of Motel 6. Go down the strip, nigga. Make a right. When you get to the light, make another right. Drive to the third. Go over the bridge. There's a Motel 6 right there. But don't look at me. Because when you think about me, nigga, you better know it's a ticket come with it. See, everybody can't go. And you can't feel sorry for the motherfuckers who can't make it. So that part. So that I just wanted to say that that's where shit gonna go back to. You know what I'm saying? We not even doing it. It says more valuable that way. You know, niggas don't like shit free. They don't respect nothing that's free. They don't respect nothing that's affordable or nothing. They want you to give it to them, not understanding these niggas that been giving it to y'all. They have to give it to you because it ain't worth shit. It ain't worth nothing. Nigga said, Bill, when I called him, he talking about, I've been doing this 30 years. Well, where's your 30 years worth of following? Why are you doing garage sales on live, selling old t-shirts you done wore and washed in the dry? You ain't even dry cleaned it. Sent it to the dry cleaner. You washed and dried that motherfucker, nigga. Wore it a few times, got pictures in it. Got it dirty, spilled shit on, and now you here trying to sell it. Selling clothes on, come on, fam. We not the same. I'm off of that. So this what we doing. This how we coming. Today is Ebenezer's birthday. Today Ebenezer's birthday. Shout out to Corey, shout out to Dark Chief, Pluto, and Silver Fox. Coming a member. Hey, y'all, get the likes up. Again, Brandon say, man, get the likes up. Turn the back though says 144 likes, 229 people, and this the shit I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about, bro. It's a large event in the making, getting put together, and it's people that I want to invite. But it's like, why would I give a motherfucker my light? Because ain't nobody, put me nowhere. Ain't nobody grab my hand and walk me into no, nigga. I made my own way, but I want to extend. I don't want to do niggas like niggas done me. I want to open it up and make opportunity for other people. So I get something big coming, and I want to share it with others. You know what I mean? But you can't even get proper goddamn treatment. Free proper treatment. Just by a nigga hitting the like button and returning the energy just for you coming to bring energy. I ain't come here to talk, nigga. I'm gonna put some work on the screen. I'm gonna show you some work that cost me money to do. Little shit that, today Ebenezer's birthday, man. Y'all got Ebenezer in here. She probably be out in the bot. But damn, what Tree said. I need Ebenezer cash out. We need to put that up. But it's all good, man. 163 likes, 230 in the building is disrespectful. Nothing less than disrespectful. You feel me? So, but my thing is this here. So the whole little Indian conversation come back up. About those who said I was gonna ask you guys, you probably talking. You talking to me or somebody else? The whole Indian conversation coming back up, and everybody got something to say about an Indian. When nobody on there, when nobody worry about no Indian, like now you can't have a conversation. Pan-Africans can't teach Pan-Africans about African history no more because they're too busy trying to disprove who Indians are. Moors can't get anyone attention without speaking about an Indian, and it's been that way forever. They lived off the land of America this whole time, and it ain't working for them. Hebrew Israelites, they even try to jump into the American mix and don't know who they are. No genealogy, have absolutely no clue who they are or their family history. You are a religious person, homie. Your 501c3 is under religious organization. But you sitting here telling me about a motherfucking nation of people or nationality with a pro-black message behind it, with a pro-black white supremacy message attached to it. What we doing? So I know niggas ain't read nothing. I know niggas don't know nothing. I been knew that, but I'm a nice guy, and I try to stay to myself. You know what I'm saying? Man, I don't charge niggas for interviews or lectures or nothing. And nigga, I spend all that time putting it in. But I'm going to now. You want to talk to me, nigga, drop out. The game be sold, not to be told. Nigga, I done done too much. It's underappreciated too much. People doing whole shit behind your back. You lower your prices so people can get in, and then when these niggas, you never have a problem. My shit was $400 at one point. Didn't have a problem. Never. Not one. You lower the price, and now these low vibration motherfuckers get in, and now they coming in, and you ain't, bro, if you ain't got it, don't come here. Don't even come here, bro. Go to the Motel 6. They left the light on for you, homie. They left the light on for you. All right, so it's Cinco de Mayo. Anybody want to dance? Die Cinco de Mayo. Anybody want to dance or get drunk? Anybody want to dance or get drunk? Because it is Cinco de Mayo. Yeah. We will be in Miami next month, Georgia, bro. I need a team. We pulling up in all black SUVs. I need a team. You gonna need to have some goddamn money. Not to get to me, but to pay for the play that we gonna run. Cause we pulling up in black trucks like the president. What that big old nigga from Louisville? I think that nigga my cousin. What that nigga ass shit? Big old nigga from Louisville. God damn it, nigga. Where you at? I need you, nigga. All right, let me get this down. It feels so loud when I'm gripping grain. Pop trunk on cruise control. I so just swing down on me. Can't paint this sparkling jet rain down. Hey, family, if y'all have not got y'all tickets, go get your tickets, man. Go get your tickets, homie. If y'all have not got y'all tickets, go get your tickets. It's going down this Friday, May the 9th. Friday. We're only showing it one time. Yes, we are in the old world. Or is it the new world? I don't know. That's what they say. That's what to go on, mama. I don't know. I think that day is still today, because I remember that day like yesterday. But it really, I'm thinking about it today, so it had to happen today, because everything happened at one time. I swear to God, my mama. We locked in a firmament. It's not real. You fake, I'm fake. If we fuck, the baby fake. I swear to God, my mama. This is not real. God was a woman. Now, y'all get y'all tickets, man. We're going to pin the link at the top. Let's get into some of this information on Mexico. Mexicano. Yeah, Miami, July 25th. Already, listen to me. I got my car, my room, my flights, everything. I'm booked. But we need some soldiers for Georgia. It came out of nowhere, so I need some niggas to answer the call. Don't have me out there by myself, nigga. Square Buckeye business. So this what we gonna do with it. You know, people talking about Black European. Bro, do you know that? So I brought out some sources and from the from the Bloodlines of the God 6 lecture talking about Europe, what Europe really was, what was their real participation in the transatlantic slave trade, and you will be shocked. Yeah, I got the big fish in there with the professor, and when I dropped what I dropped, god damn it, his heart must have dropped. Because nigga, we talking about shit that ain't never been told, and motherfucker maybe never looked at it that way, but it was hardcore evidence, and you gonna even hear him come and veggie back off the back of it and stamp it. Even though I didn't need him to stamp it, he stamped it. Big Indian, bitch, don't talk to me about no Black European or none of that shit, because niggas don't know. Niggas ain't got no genealogy. I don't want to talk to no genealogy having that nigga. On my mama, nigga, I can care less. Yeah, nigga, go do your genealogy, nigga. Then come back. Show us where you at in the story, and then we can have a conversation. Until then, nigga, happy Cinco de Mayo, nigga. Pass me a Corona.
Start an origin from the expedition of Cortez.
Get my likes up.
1518.
She said Miami her day. Well, bring it on.
1520s Cortez or go out in Mexico. And like I say, when you're talking about colonization is a story of takeover. It is a story of power, but we have to understand that it's also a story of assimilation.
I dropped the link down there, sweetheart. She say drop the link so she get her ticket right now. Cause we only doing 100 tickets. And okay, I dropped it down there for you, mama.
Circle Cortez, we'll see him later on in the bill. Another mission expedition will come through the Narvaez expedition in 1527 through a shipwreck. We'll meet a guy by the name of Esteban the Moor right here at Historical Black College Prairie View University. Slave conquistador and the first Africans in Texas. As we look here on the cover, and this is a mural painted in Galveston, Texas. Actually had a chance to meet one of the artists. We were on Clubhouse, and she was like, "Hey, I just got the call that I'll be working on a Juneteenth mural. This was last year. So shout out to that sister." What I find interesting is that in the history of it,
you like Modelo's. Hold on, let me write that down. I just wanna all the things. What's that song? All the things that he won't do. Some shit. How it go? I pick you up on the night train. On the yacht. Just can't lose because got a lot to look forward to. One. What you going? I ain't heard it in a while. What good is a diamond? Nobody can see. I hear he got you on lockdown, but I got the master key. July 25th. Yacht party, Miami, MIA 0305, Port of Miami. What we doing?
On this wall, we see Granger, we see Lincoln, we see the UFC troops and what they call the Union.
Carrie, y'all had know all them songs too.
And right here, if you look, you'll see a picture of a Moor. They got him with a fez on and everything. Ain't this shit? But yeah, they depicted it starting with the Moors. So in Texas history, they hold this guy near and dear to them, which would be Moors history. As long as the concept of an African American is current, and as long as the African American history is seen. I mean, hold on, because it tripped me out.
Yeah, you're right. Hold on. I'm looking at West. Shout out to West. West got that picture up. Shout out to my OG, man. You made me think about my OG. I can't play the whole clip.
Yes.
Yeah, man. Shout out to my OG Ox, man. Again, right?
Yes.
I'm Top Cat. You see his shit say Top Shot. He got 713. Free CBB money tatted on my leg, on my piece and chain. You know what I'm saying? Ox representing. Lennox, Jamaican Dandada. You want to romp with me?
I read it too. Watch this here. As long as the concept of an African American is current, and as long as an African American history is seen as beginning with enslavement in Africa, they say as long as the African American history is documented as beginning with enslavement in Africa, then Esteban is important because he is the first African American. Ain't that some shit? All right. Esteban, after they shipwreck, he'll be kidnapped by a band of Indians coming from the Karankawa Confederacy. The Karankawas were indigenous group here, man. If y'all shout out to the homie Kerr Mayo, y'all go catch his Juneteenth lecture. He broke down a lot of that information, also showing that these were melanated people as well. Shout out to that brother on that, and showing how these people will be engaged in the Indian slave trade, will become victims in the slave trade coming out of Galveston Island, as well as New Orleans ports. The Karunka was known. Karunka was a group located with whose traditional homelands are located along the Texas Gulf Coast from Galveston Bay to Corpus Christi. Shout out to Corpus Christi. Let's walk. And these people, they were known fighters. They also had nicknames for as the dog.
Shout out to Corpus Christi, boy. Running out there to Valero oil plant. Boy, made a lot of money down there in Corpus Christi. Yes, sir, then. Let's speed it up. Let's get to what we getting to.
54.
We finna walk it down. We talking about Cinco de Mayo, man. It's Ebeneezy's birthday. Can somebody find Ebeneezy cash out for me?
The area that the French, a lot of the area, this battle will come down to the allegiance of American Indian allies who had a stronger connects. Come on, man. If you on drought, you need to fire your connect. You got a drought, you need to fire your connect. At this time, man, deer skins is the name of the game. We coming out of the beaver wars, beaver pills, and all this type of shit here, man. Deer skin is what's ruling today. And yeah, man, your connect dry, man. Fire that nigga. Yeah, block that nigga number in your phone, man. The French will come up short in this, man. From 1754 to 1763, we'll get this French and Indian War. This should be a very, very important time in history, as I always say. Out of this, King George will grant a proclamation line. Now, ain't no crossing the Appalachians. Connect fucked up. The Scots will play a very important role in this here because of their relationship in order to cross. Well, the French, what happens is the Treaty of Paris 1763, the French will lose a lot of their lands and they will have to overturn it to the British. Let's walk. I mean, I'm fucked up about it. What you be? So French say, damn, I got to get back. These niggas done got down on me. As well as the other party on the other side, George Washington and a lot of these other guys made their bones. This is the birth of where this U.S. gonna come from. So now they can't cross the proclamation line. They locked in. Right now they got a bunch of killers. They ready to drill anything. You hear me? They running with some Indians, man, who square motherfucking business. And guess what? They ain't even from around these ports. They migrated down. Yeah, they ain't even from around here.
Hey, get the likes up.
And they came to the south to get busy with the baddest mans in the land. You can go get the baddest bands in the land. And these niggas coming up from out the north, they ready to look at that. And they got some European cousins and homeboys, man, who feel like they got what it take, man, to win the chip. So we in the south with it now. And they come up with a play, man. They say, you know what? This nigga, I really ain't feeling what this nigga George got going on. In their mind, they have been expanding. They've been doing real good for themselves, and they ready to lock the board up. Same way that the Indian cousins and allies have done for themselves with the Great Law of Peace. So what do? They make a declaration. They say, I don't want to be a part of this shit no more. And it reads, we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their creator with the certain unalienable rights, that amongst these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving just powers from the consent of the governed. That whenever any form of government, I want y'all to listen, that whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is right of the people to alter or to abolish it and to institute new government, laying its foundations on such principles and organization as powers in such form. And on that day, they looked around at all them badass Indians who got all them bodies from drilling shit. And they say, man, we declare ourselves independent from these niggas. And that would be on July the 4th, 1776. What will follow the declaration will be the Articles of Confederation by the Continental Congress, which would be this body politic that governed the 13 colonies. And from that, they would bring down the Constitution of the United States. 1783, we'll get the Treaty of Paris again, sit down at the table, but let's walk. Before the Treaty of Paris happened, sit down at the table. American colonies in France signed this military treaty of February 6, 1778, and it formalized France's financial and military support of the revolutionary government in America, believing that they would benefit militarily by allying themselves with a powerful nation. The colonies formed an alliance with France against Great Britain during the Revolution. And so after they create this, now they need to look out because it takes a nation to recognize another nation, and France will come to the table with the Treaty of Allegiance in 1778.
Welcome down, Chief.
Treaty of Paris 1783 will end the Revolutionary War, which Great Britain, the Dutch, Spain, and France will sit down at the table with this new United States. These Indians and their European cousins and homeboys. As the 18th century drew close to France's costly involvement in the American Revolution, spent a lot of money. Everybody went broke. Shit. France went broke. Britain went broke.
Yeah.
And after this bankruptcy, we'll go into the French Revolution. Well, at this time, you know what's hot. At this time, you got your banking, your Rothschilds. Check. We'll watch the Huguenots as they'll travel around and they'll institute this plan of credit and banking, and we'll see through the colonies. Well, when they credit their own government, Alexander Hamilton will sit at the front. You have the North American Bank. Alexander Hamilton, Huguenot descent. we began working with the Rothschilds. Let's walk.
That nigga
We'll move on to another point.
That nigga labeled the slide. What the fuck happened? Chief, wow, bro. What y'all gonna do, man? That dude there, man. Aries, Sun, and Moon. The nigga is man, this young brother. And I could bring people on here that knew me all my life. They'll have some stories for y'all. First off, they gonna ask y'all sit there with this nigga. One thing he gonna do though, that nigga gonna put his life on the line for you. And if he fuck with you, you know, he'll bring you in his blessings. Nigga got a big heart. I give you the shirt off your back. I ain't Sibyl. I ain't gonna try to sell it to you. Yeah, nigga talking about you can buy this shirt I got on. Man, what type of quality of it, man? Let's walk.
Coming to the in the 1800s.
These niggas are doing garage sales on YouTube Live. What is going on? What happened? 30 after 30? What happened?
We'll have King Charles of France. King Charles of Spain, I'm sorry. Had King Charles of Spain.
Let him know, right?
And after he take the crown, his son, Fernando, will take the crown. Well, Ferdinand will never get that chance. It'll be short-lived because Napoleon Bonaparte will come in that bitch and he would drop his nuts on Spain and declare his brother king. Now, with this, we'll create a whole nother situation that will impact the New Spain colonies.
Hold on, let me. I think I might have something.
Which would be through the Caribbean, also South America, also reaching far to the Philippine Islands. Now I don't know what y'all thought this was gonna be for Juneteenth, but you rocking with BCU, yeah. We finna go through there. Y'all want to know what happened? I need y'all to lace up, man. We finna walk through this hole. What he say down there? What the fuck happened? Let's walk. We just trying to figure out what the fuck happened. What is all this Juneteenth? You got niggas running around here talking about don't celebrate it, don't do this. It's a white man holiday, and nigga, shut the fuck up.
Big Tillman, DC.
Nigga, watch this. This is pay-per-view material too, goddamn. But we came out here to rock out with the family. We got the how Moors and Indians conquered America coming this week.
Trees text me back.
All right, I don't want to get too much up of that in there. If y'all think this something, watch when we get there next week. I bet when you leave out of that motherfucker, it'll be no question about what the fuck happened. Let's walk.
Okay, Trees.
The Spanish Empire disintegrated in the wake of Napoleon invasion in 1808. Through Spain and her colonies, this was a widespread refusal to recognize Napoleon's brother Joseph as the new French-backed king of Spain. All right, so you gonna get Hidalgo, Castile, and them. They gonna rise up, right? And this will trigger what will become the Mexican War of Independence, and this will be in 1810. Not long ago, a lot of us who into genealogy got genealogy longer than that, but this is how new this system is. But let's walk. By accusing the Spanish ruling class of seeking to recognize Joseph Bonaparte, they imprison Ferdinand. Now this is gonna cause a situation. Now you have this birth of this Mexican identity. Also, you have Spain. So these niggas that came through here ran the coup d'etat. Yeah. Napoleon, they say he was a motherfucker. Napoleon dropped his nuts and ran in that bitch, nigga, and his little brother the king now. Now I want to bag y'all up. That was 1808. Now we want to go back to 1803. Now you're going to have Lafayette and them and all of them, another Huguenot affiliation. Now with the French ride with this new United States line, we going to get Thomas Jefferson gonna pay $11 million for the Louisiana Purchase.
Hey y'all, Ebenezer, her joint is on the screen now. Ebenezer Cash App is on across the screen. Y'all show us some love. If y'all ever been to any of the events, y'all know Treese and Ebenezer is like our mama, goddamn. It's a lot that we don't have to do because they take care of everything. So we want to appreciate them. You know what I'm saying? I don't give a damn if it's $5, $10. Put something in there. Get her a steak. Buy a bottle. You know what I'm saying? Even though she drank little nips. She drank little nips. And I make fun of her. She drank twisted iced tea and motherfucking Jack's Hard lemonade or some shit like that. But yeah, man, y'all show Eb some love. Y'all know the position she play here. Always making sure everybody else good. So y'all, if y'all was ever, you know, in her presence, y'all will know what I'm talking about. But yeah, her Cash App is up there. Make sure we take care of Eb.
Okay, and they will end up taking over all those lands. Now we're in the age of expansion because they declared themselves independent. They said, "Fuck what King George talking about. We crossing the proclamation and we taking something." Period. We crossing the proclamation and we taking something until Napoleonic invasion in 1800. My bad. So after they take over in 1812, we'll get the war 1812. Now, what we have to understand in this situation, when we go down to this war 1812, as United States purchased Louisiana. Now they hadn't been past the Cumberland at that time. Cause you gotta understand these niggas coming about the colony. That's these East Coast niggas, they coming down, them country boys, they don't really, you know. So they needed a way to get there. So they in 1807 they established the Federal Road. They get Benjamin Hawkins, go down there with the Red Sticks Indians in these creek areas. And you know, Georgia. He ended up getting to pass the Credit Road through there, which they'll start jacking a lot of niggas on this shit. This will open up into the Creek Civil War. But once we get into Louisiana, this will cause other problems because you already had systems there, Creole systems there.
Their own.
Plus, the Spanish had came in and started docking in New Orleans ports, and we had a whole nother situation come out of that. You had the galleons and shit coming through there, so. Once we get down here, we make this connection. Now what happens? That when they created that bank of the North America, Bank of United States, I'm sorry. Well, the damn charter ran out. And guess what? These niggas, these new US niggas, guess what?
March 18th.
They ain't talking about renewing the motherfucker. Nah, bro, you tripping. Man, the Rothschilds got on them niggas' ass so fast, nigga. And you got the battle of 1812. All right? You hoes ain't renewing my chart, then I bet they renewed that motherfucker.
Goddamn right they did.
Let's walk.
There she go. They go to birthday
Napoleon
girl.
Come down, we'll get a Spanish Constitution, I mean.
They go to birthday girl. I want to say happy birthday to you. What that nigga R. Kelly say? Surprise. I bet you thought that I had went in for God. It's your birthday. It's a special day. Tonight. Some shit like that he said. Turn up.
And the Spanish Constitution 1812, also known as the Constitution of Cadiz.
Send you a package, Eb. I got a pack for you.
It was a constitutional text proclaimed in 1812 by the Spanish General Courts. Your boy Napoleon will be defeated 1815 at the Battle of Waterloo, which would be a famous.
But don't add no all of the songs.
Some say Napoleon actually got away. A lot of people say he came to Galveston Island. Check. A lot of people say he came over to New Orleans, Galveston Islands. Came into New Orleans, and he was down there with a lot of those French privateers and them pirates down there. Made his way up into the Jersey, New York, Jersey area as well. But that's another You know, I don't have no evidence on it. I never looked into it, but it's a lot of.
Well, I'll say it. So, if you go into Delaware history and you go into Philadelphia history, in South Philadelphia, there's a historical marker of my kinfolk, Joseph Bonaparte. So, and I only knew I was on the south side because Sweetfield said, "You on the south side?" I'm like, oh, okay. Because I said, "Stop the car, goddamn it. What the hell? I know I ain't tripping." So I go to looking into it. I had so many sources that proved Napoleon was a nigga. His brother was a nigga. Their wives, their children. When you go to Delaware, Joseph Bonaparte was very instrumental. They even have his home. They even had a house he stayed in there. It's still up to this day. And you would say, well, what is the French doing over here in America, and why they're so in debt in Delaware and Philadelphia history? Especially when you're speaking of Joseph Bonaparte, the guy who's gonna basically come to power and make a split between and start this whole Mexican revolution, this Spanish, breaking up the Spanish. People siding with Charles, some people with the new regime of the Bonapartes and the French. Let's walk.
Whispers on it. When you're looking at Jean Lafitte and them, another pirate who was down there in the Galveston, New Orleans area, who also contributed in the Battle of 1812. This is why it's very important. So, Jean Lafitte would make a deal with the United States. At the time when the United States came down there, they didn't have no connections like that. You gotta understand, like I say, they hadn't been down there. So what they did was they offered these people that was there a seat. And Jean Lafitte also with a lot of these Filipinos that came there. Jean Lafitte had Filipinos with him, and slaves and slave owners he was cool with. But he would be able to strike a deal. One part of the deal was that nobody could be charged from his crews for any crimes that they did in the past, anything like that. And Jean Lafitte also is a ghost because he went under a lot of different names, and he also faked his death. And so,
yeah, so him and Napoleon, it is actually said he is the one that actually went and got Napoleon and brought him, because we find him in South Carolina, we find him in Cuba, we find him in Alabama, and all of these are after his death. But he's going under different names. This guy's one of the most interesting men in the world. So the homie say he from Delaware. Where? So I just typed in something real quick, and this is what popped up, right? So they say AI says Joseph Bonaparte, Napoleon's older brother, former king of Naples in Spain, did not live in the Delaware colony. He settled in Bordentown, New Jersey, on a property overlooking the Delaware River and Crosswick Creeks, establishing Point Breeze Estate. While Bordentown is adjacent to Delaware River, it is not part of the Delaware colony, which was smaller historical settlement. But we come down here to Point Breeze, what they was talking about, Encyclopedia of Greater Philadelphia, and they states the elder brother of Napoleon immigrated to the United States at the close of Napoleonic Wars and settled in the Delaware Valley, known as Comte de Sevillias or whatever the hell. He was a patron of arts and science and owned a townhouse where in Philadelphia. All right, and the motherfucker's still there. But these are people that they teach us is in European history. The niggas over here, bro. But anyway, back to the lecture.
I don't know. Let's walk though. But this 1812, out of this 1815, the Battle of Waterloo, this is when the Rothschilds will come up.
Angie B.
Okay, they'll run the play during the war.
Oh, that Philly.
Go
New York to Philly. Okay.
Sell a lot of shares. Everybody that do it, they'll go buy the block out, and they end up coming out on top.
Hey, get the likes up.
This would be very, very instrumental play and the success of the Rothschilds. Let's walk. We're going into Mexican independence. Goddamn, you got the Mexicans, and now you got Spain. You got this guerrilla warfare taking place down there. One of the people that's gonna crank it up will be Miguel Castilla. He became the father of the Mexican independence with the historic proclamation urging his fellow Mexicans to take up arms against the Spanish government, known as the Grito de Lourdes.
Now,
the declaration launched a decade-long struggle that ended a 300-year-old colonial rule, established the independence of Mexico, and helped cultivate a unique Mexican identity. Now, Hidalgo be killed
Venmo for people trying to Venmo
by firing squad to execute him after he was killed.
People trying to Venmo for her Earth Day. Here it is up here, and y'all also go follow her. I think this is your Instagram handle, huh? And y'all go on there and see some of the biggest wedding, the most viral weddings, all of your celebrities and all of that. Yeah, she hang with us, but she be out there with the rich and famous, all in Naples and motherfucking. I got a fez from goddamn Turkey, Istanbul from her. Yeah, she traveling the world, and she is. When you see them brides out there looking good like that, Portia from the Housewives and all this type of shit. You seeing all that? That is Miss Ebenezer. Yeah, y'all know I'm some Indian shit in the chat or Superwoman when we on the events, but she also out there styling the rich and the famous. You know what I mean? And she the godmother of that shit. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's how we gonna do it. So y'all can Venmo her, and y'all can also follow her on Instagram. Y'all will see. Go over there. We ain't just talking. We not ordinary people. We don't know which way to go. We not them ordinary people. Maybe we can go take it slow. Oh, now watch Kerry say something about that. Get the likes up, y'all. Share the video out.
Captured. But you will have other rebellions that'll go on. You'll have Morelos, you'll have Moreno, you'll have Matamoros, you'll have Vicente Guerrero, who all led armies of guess who? Indigenous. They led armies of indigenous and racially mixed revolutionaries. Okay? Amongst the Spanish royalists known as Mexican War of Independence. The conflict dragged on to 1821. Now, what they don't tell you, check, is that these are niggas down here rocking out.
Thanks.
When you're talking about Mexican, yeah, niggas like to go pull the Mayans and on the walls and all of that. That's cool too. But we can bring it up into the 1800s. Like I said earlier, we out there doing that genealogy. We got genealogy older than a lot of this shit they talking about.
Shit.
And it went that long ago that all of that shit was all niggas still. You had mixed races and all that. We got to understand that. And I'm saying it was mostly niggas down there because we understanding there were other people there as well. But for the majority, especially centered around this history right here, these are niggas.
Turtle.
Hashtag find your tribe. Go find your people now. This revolution was led by armies of indigenous people. Check. And racially mixed revolutionaries. Jose Morelos, also indigenous. He had some European ancestry in him too, but he was indigenous. He was a Mexican Roman Catholic priest, revolutionary rebel leader who led the Mexican War of Independence. All right, and he took his leadership after the execution of our boy Miguel Castillo. Morelos credited with organizing the War of Independence. Under Morelos, the Congress of Anahuac was installed, and the country independence on the 22nd of October 14th. A constitution was drafted by Congress that declared that Mexico would be a republic. And Morelos, although often portrayed as being mixed or indigenous descent, Morelos was classified as a Spaniard. A lot of them went under that classification, like no different than you niggas out there Indians, but they got you under this classification in the system, you know. Another, he had indigenous blood, as we see these people that was leading these were melanated people, goddamn. But through his paternal line, Morelos was related to Miguel Castillo. He was related to Miguel Castillo, the revolutionary fighter, goddamn. Both insurgents, they share ancestry with Diego Cortez. Okay, and who is Diego Cortez? Remember that guy when we started at? Hernan Cortez. See how it worked? And so they all gonna share that ancestry. So he got the indigenous blood. Again, when I say that the story of colonization is a story of amalgamation. And then they wrote over the story, but let's walk. Coming out of that, man, we gonna get we get the Army of Three Guarantees. Army of Three Guarantees, which was Mexican insurgent troops from Vicente Guerrero. You had Augustine there. And the decree of creating an army appealed to the plan the Igala, which stated that 3 guarantees, all right, which they was going to defend religion, independence, and unity of Mexico. And Mexico was to stay Catholic. So in the new independence, they say they're going to stay Catholic. They just ain't fucking with Spain. All right. You get the Treaty of Cordoba out of that, which will come August 24th, 1821 in Veracruz. And this right here will give independence, Mexican independence from Spain. We walking it down. We ain't even got to Texas yet. All right. What is going on? What is all of this talk about Texas? Let's walk. So right now what's taking place is we have these melanated people who's running these revolutions. Well, Augustine is a little different. He come from royal blood. He come from hierarchy class. Miguel Castillo offered him a post with the Revolutionary Army. He refused and pledged to the Spanish cause instead. All right. His revolutionary forces, Jose Morales, dealt a crushing blow to the insurgents, and for this victory, Iturbide was given command of the military district. 1816, he gave charge, extortion, and violence caused his removal. All right. And when we come up, though, we will see him put his army together, which he had a lot of those mixed races and a lot of them, in that class system that was taking place down there. But he ran with them, and he would bump into a guy by the name of Vicente Guerrero, who would have the indigenous people with him, and they would get together and they would make a pact, and we'll get the Treaty of Cordoba recognizing Mexico independence.
Check.
When we talk about this situation, man, even the War of Independence, Afro-Mexicans played an important role in Mexican War of Independence. We know they just threw the Afro shit on it. Now watch this here. What they really trying to say is niggas. Now, if somebody tells you today, do y'all know y'all niggas went down there and won independence in Mexico? Y'all know it was you niggas down there fighting for the independence of Mexico? Yeah, but I may get the fuck out of here. If you tell a Mexican, say what I say, You know we down there fighting for the independence of Mexico. Yeah, man. Most prominently with the insurgent leader Vicente Guerrero. Vicente Guerrero, who became commander-in-chief of the insurgency. The initial movement of independence was led by American-born Spaniard Miguel Castilla in central Mexico. White Mexicans quickly abandoned the movement for independence, which had become more social revolution. With Indians, okay? The revolution was with who? Indians. They started off with them. Indians, mixed races, Costas, and other seeking social equality. The movement for independence remained active on the Gulf Coast of the Pacific Coast, where there were large concentrations of niggas.
Check.
The Royal Army forces had reached sterile military, but equations changed in 1820. American-born Spaniard Augustine sought an alliance with the insurgents led by Guerrero, and the white Creoles sought independence, but expected that racial hierarchies would continue. And so they got these mixed races in this upper class and these white boys over there, these white Mexicans, and they feeling like they finna keep their class system. We doing all the fighting. We came out here and held this shit, and the nigga thinking he finna still get the same position when we get back. The nerve of a nigga, right? Let's walk. This will bring us at this time, like we say, this is 1821. We talking about Moses Austin, ex-Spanish for a colony. So at this time, we have, which is very important to understand. So we talked about the Beaver Wars earlier. We talked about at the Treaty of Paris and shit, we talking about deer skins. 100 years after that, 1760s, we coming to the, not 100 years, we coming to the early 18s, and guess what? It's cotton, baby. It's cotton. The game to change again, you hear me?
Hey, get the likes up, get the likes up. Yeah.
And that Southern belt down there, man, ooh, they got a lot of...
Moses Austin was melanated. Stephen F. Austin was also melanated. Yes, that's a fact. A lot of the people that they went and got out of Louisiana, because you had to be a Catholic, you know, to join. A lot of them were landowners, plantation owners, and you know, political, and they had the money, but you had to be Catholic. And so that border of Texas and Louisiana, a lot of them did migrate over there, which is gonna cause a problem after 36. Well, you get into 38 and 1840, where they'll come with a law to try to dispel all of those people out that area.
Now, with how the politics have been going, U.S. is expanding. At this time, 1821, they down there.
Let me hit that shit.
Fighting with these people who will become known as the Seminoles. But as this taking place, you have settlers who are trying to get into Texas, because right now you can't go to Louisiana.
Shit.
So you had this guy that settled. He come in, Moses Austin. He go talk to the government, who initially turned him down. But he was granted permission to settle 300 Anglo families on 200,000 acres of Texas land. All right. Well, while this is happening, the guy will fuck around and die. So his son, Stephen F. Austin, will take over, and they doing a lot of pensions trying to get him, trying to change the capital and all of this shit here. All right. Trying to change the name from the capital, because this nigga here, was no slavery in Texas before he came. You had slavery, but it was different situation.
But
when they came, they bring this mindset and this attitude of slavery. They wanted to get their hands on this land, and they wanted to get their hands on this cotton. And Texas had a lot of boat.
Check.
Well, something very important happened at 1819 that's going to cause a little conflict with them. This is why they're trying to get in here. After Louisiana Purchase in 1803, President Thomas Jefferson argued that Florida was included in Louisiana. Jefferson,
yeah, that's right. Who is that? My Roots. Yeah, that's the right one. If you're trying to send it, that's the right one.
Say Florida included in Louisiana, bro. In 1810 to 12, the United States annexed sections of West Florida. When John Quincy Adams became Secretary of State, he sought additional territory. Nigga wanted some more. 1817, 1818, Adams and President James Monroe resumed efforts to acquire Florida and the western boundary for Louisiana Purchase. After months of negotiation, the Adams-Onis Treaty was signed on February 22nd, 1819. The treaty with Spain gave East and West Florida to the United States, and the United States agreed to assume land claimed by citizens of the United States against Spain. The Adams-Onis Treaty between the United States negotiated the principal elements in the treaty were the acquisition of Florida by the United States and the establishment of boundary lines between Spanish and the United States. So right here, if we take a look, you have the Louisiana Purchase lands in here. And right when you get up to Louisiana, right here, this that border. And this is the proclamation line. You can't cross this line. And so the United States is claiming all of this. Now they're trying to find a way to get inside of here. Check. Trying to leave Louisiana and get over here. It's a lot of money over here, bro. And you know what sells good about it? Ain't no union. You know what they mean? Ain't no union, nigga? Oh, Wild Wild West, baby. So they trying to get in, man, and let's talk about it. Stephen F. Austin, why did they want to get in? Like we said, they needed the land and they needed this cotton. So when Austin went out, he went fucking with a lot of niggas in Louisiana. He wanted to get a lot of them German niggas in. He ended up doing so. He brought a few, but he went in Louisiana, bro, and a lot of them niggas was Catholic. That's why I want a lot of niggas to think that a lot of these people were white. A lot of them were white, but you had white and you had black, bro. Niggas wouldn't discriminate. We playing like that. But back then, they seen money, bro. They needed smart people, intelligent people who know how to run the play. Out of the group, I think it was only 4 of them that couldn't read or write. But let's walk. Some
sound like they the aggressors. They can't read and write, but we gonna bring you in this big money play. Sound like they was some shooters. That just if you ask me.
Some of those listed as Negroes in eastern area of Texas around Nacogdoches may have been brought in as bondsmen. Even in that region, however, some of the Negro residents, guess what, were fugitive slaves from Louisiana who had become Mexican citizens with Spanish names. In general, then Negro servitude was not known to any important extent in Spanish Texas. Servitude and slaving niggas, bro, niggas weren't really on that shit down here. You gotta understand it was niggas. You come down here to Texas, Mexico, you down here with niggas.
You'll get whacked for
you got Spanish niggas that mixed in with the indigenous people down here.
Nah, they'll
let's walk. Thus, there were relatively small numbers of Negroes and colored people in Spanish Texas, and even fewer, if any, slaves. African slavery was legal under Spanish. By the government of Mexico, slavery became an important issue in formulating this law. A few members of Congress even proposed a separate law to deal with the problem. All right, now what's going to happen is, and I probably should have skipped down, but it's all good.
Man, you hear me talking about you in Third Ward and you got your earphones on? I don't want your ass sleeping on the couch tonight, nigga. You can you talk? Yeah, you get put on the couch. Yeah, I tried to hit you back, man. It was crazy when I had caught your message. I was on the way to the trade. You were like, man, it's going down in the trade in Third Ward. I'm like, nigga, I'm on the way right now. But I couldn't get a hold to you though. And still shoot me that information. And then go make a profile on that. Shoot me the information so I can put you on the platinum pack.
Now, what's gonna happen is once these settlers get in the door, the laws are going to continue to change. Now, when they get in, they get to looking at shit like, they bringing their slaves in. What they're saying is nobody told us.
Jamie.
Nobody told us we couldn't get down like this, bro. Y'all ain't tell us y'all weren't playing like this. They start having debates and conversations about this. And through the conversation, they said slavery became an important issue in formulating this law. So they had what you call colonization laws, right? Because they understand these settlers are trying to come into Texas right now. So they put certain laws and responsibilities on their ass. So you damn near had to qualify to come in. And so what they started doing was coming out with these immigration laws. All right. And so one proposed law to deal with the problem. 3 colonization bills were presented. One declared that new settlers could build towns only when they use Spanish language and freed their slaves. Okay, so if you're gonna come get down, bro, you can't come here with that slave shit though. You feel me? Then you had another report provided that slaves introduced by colonists. So if the colonists bring in their own slaves, then they'll be slaves for the rest of their lives. Right, and their children to be free at the age of 14. So they're saying, all right, if I got a slave, man, I got to keep this nigga forever then. I got to get as much as I can out the nigga if I'm bringing him with me. Now, they're going to find a loophole around the game, right? There shall not be permitted after promulgation of this law either purchase or sale of a slave that may be introduced into the empire. The children of such slaves who are born within the empire shall be free at the age of 14. Now, the colonization law was colonization law January the 4th, 1823. Now, watch this here.
Cargo.
Austin's special decree of the new government was allowed to receive his grant and establish a settlement in Texas under provision. Now, watch this here. Although language was not perfectly clear, Mexico's first colonization law in 1822, watch this here, apparently permitted the introduction of slaves in Texas, so long as they were not involved in any sort of commercial exchange or slave trade. So if we ain't buying or paying for him, if I show up and I already got him, I mean, it's my property. It's no different than the shoes I got on. This hat on my head is my property. I own it. Goddamn, I'm moving in, nigga. I'm moving in, nigga. I'm bringing my property with me. Now, let's walk. In November 1823, they come back. Decree passed on July 13, 1824, and it prohibited the slave trade, both domestic and foreign. And it left no doubt as the attitude of Congress to serve punishment were established to enforce the law.
Girly.
Now, this time when they came down, they left no doubt to the attitude, nigga. They prohibited the slave trade. No slavery, bro. Y'all need to chill the fuck out. You got to understand these niggas down there who just broke away from a system where they were the underclass. You feel me? And so now you got these rich ass white boys and these niggas coming in and they talking fast and they telling my young to put some money in your pocket, man. Fuck these niggas, let's get this money. And these niggas like, bro, I'm on a whole nother time. We just came out and we ain't even fresh out the wall. Nigga, bayonet still smoking. Nigga, you around here on some bullshit. And so they done blocked the play, man. And so Austin and these niggas that came out here saying we finna go out there and get rich in the hole on some cocaine cowboy shit. The news come down. Them hoes say we can't have no slaves, bro, down here, man. So they had to go sit down at the table, right? So a meeting was held in Austin Colony in June the 5th, 1824, right? They drew up an instruction to their representative to the upcoming constituent Congress for the state of Coahuila in Texas. This meeting considered tobacco monopoly and government and slavery. A memorial of each addressed the federal Congress. The slavery memorial asks that the original 300 families, the people that came in with Austin, the original people be exempt from any emancipation or provision. And it appealed to guarantee made by the colonization law of 1822. Which is 1824 now. Now, 1824, they come down with a new constitution, right? And so they got to play, bro. They got these constituent states there, man. They're going to bring Coahuila and Texas in. Now, Coahuila is small. They the smallest, and they have the less resources and funds. So these settlers that come in go get a relationship with Coahuila.
Hey, get the likes up.
Get them a relationship with Coahuila. Now they're sitting at the table, 1824. They done brought down a new constitution. Everybody got their finger crossed in the town because they only really worried about one thing. Can we keep the slaves around this hoe though? Can I do my motherfucking thing? Yeah, man. The laws these hoes gonna let us pump or what? And so everybody waiting, the fingers crossed, man, in the play come out. The Constitution of Coahuila in Texas. Constitution of 1824, the Republic of Mexico provided each state the republic should frame its own constitution. The state of Coahuila and former Spanish province of Texas were combined as the state of Coahuila in Texas.
Y'all want some Texas history? Welcome to Cinco de Mayo.
Now, in this constitution, the district of Best the Catholic religion made the state religion. Citizens were guaranteed liberty, security, and property, and equality. And you know what? Slavery was forbidden. Okay? After the proclamation of the Constitution, and there could be no imports of slaves after 6 months. Slavery.
I'm telling you, bro, you come down here with that slaves, a lot of people got smoked. You look at the Battle of Alamo. What they came down here thinking they finna do. They came down here trying to run a slave play. And what happened? They turned on them. So in U.S. history, they try to teach it because it's their people and it's their bloodlines. But they came down here, remember the Alamo, my ass. Nigga came down here and put that work on them. And it's because, fam, I told you that slavery, that's a no-go down here. And so you gonna come down here, do what you want to do. That's where you get the Battle of Alamo, nigga. Them niggas got cracking on them. They came down here on that slave shit, and he went back and got his homeboys, came back, had a shootout with the people at the jail, and that turned it up. That was round one. And now you got them scouts out there, you. Yeah, remember the Alamo, my ass. Them niggas can't put in that work because we told y'all don't bring that shit down here, nigga. Down here, that's a no-go, nigga. This ain't no union. Union come through here, we smacking shit. We not on no union time. We not on none of that Northeast time. We ain't on none of that colonial time. This ain't Louisiana. This ain't Alabama, homie. This ain't Georgia. Y'all ain't taking shit down here, nigga. You are in the wild, wild. You are in the wild, wild west. You are, nigga, ain't no law. You can't call the law. 911, ain't no 911. Can't nobody help you. You better have something. And they was smoking niggas game down. Don't come down to Texas with that shit. And what was the Indians? All of the Indians knew. That's why shit. Yeah, that's how I make it here. That's how I come. I was birthed out of the Texas Revolution. Literally birthed out of the Texas Revolution. You can go on my page, go to my shorts. Y'all will see me driving through our land. They're still here. If you look at it, it look like a ghost town. Yeah, but they've been there since 1837, since all of this we talking about jumped off. Nah, I was born out the Texas Revolution. A lot of Indians made their way here to Texas because Texas was mama freedom. If you can make it to Texas, you can be free because you got a lot of people that have shared experiences as you, and you have some real people that's down there who was fighting in wars, and people not even understanding that these people they were locked in through trade. So yeah, if I'm coming from Florida and I'm docking in Mobile or New Orleans, and New Orleans, come on, y'all. New Orleans got these pretty women out here, and they have naked, they dancing. You got the music. I mean, the culture is popping. It's been like New Orleans, always been like that. So yeah, I probably got a baby mama over there. I'm doing business over here. Yeah, I got a baby mama over here. And so they not understanding that these people. So when they talk about Maroons, whenever you hear them talk about Maroons, they bring Maroons through the Carolinas, Florida, Louisiana. You hear them talking about Maroons. And what I'm saying is all of these people knew each other. I'm going to play a part on here where it talks about, we're actually going to go to Mexico on here. And I'm going to let you hear the dude. He was ready to get off the conversation because they hate when we know what's going on. They can't just tell us some shit. But like I say, they created and it's gonna be after this, you know what I'm saying? Because we're in the 20s right now. But later on, they're gonna create a republic and they fly their own flag. I'm gonna show y'all the flag and everything. But this is you don't have to call it an empire because people have their own things going on, but we fuck with, you know what I'm saying? I fuck with them. They're my people them. So when it's going down, it's going down with everybody. Everybody's involved. And if you can make it to Texas, why you think the Seminoles end up in Texas, fam? Seminoles coming out of the Georgia, Alabama, Georgia, and Florida. But when it was, when they had to get up out of there, where they come? Everybody, Mama Texas, homie. Because them slave raiders, they not crossing them lines because can't nobody see. You can't call the laws. Go get Washington, nigga. Go get the U.S. Army, nigga. We got something for that ad. And it was before that time. This was before the Civil War and all of that. But they was smacking shit. Bring it down here, niggas, to Wild Wild West. We got the quickest hands in the West, and we was cowboys. They couldn't fuck with us. We was on them hardbacks, and they couldn't fuck with us. But you see, they brought up Necktown because Nacogdoches during the Cotton era. Nacogdoches was one of the most important trade ports, but that was up top. And a lot of people coming over from Louisiana, Alabama, Virginia boys, Kentucky nigga with that money. And they trying to, hey man, it's a lot of cotton. So they was stealing horses. So you'll meet them out there at the spot in Nacogdoches and they'll sell them horses that they stole. You might steal them motherfucker out of Arkansas. That motherfucker might come out of Waco or something. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. You brand him and then you bring him Nacogdoches and you trade him. You sell him to a nigga that coming out of Mississippi or Louisiana. That's what they play. But then they sat down and started saying, hey man, we can get some real money. Like when the crack game hit and when cocaine and you got rocked up crack and niggas looking like, hey, you want to make some money? And that's how it was with the cotton because Texas was so plentiful. They had to, this is them trying to make their way in, get that paper. So if you look, it's a map behind it. New Philippines, Kingdom of Leon, Kingdom of Guatemala. These are kingdoms. You got the Yucatan on the Kingdom of the Yucatan. These are kingdoms, but as you see, they're all highlighted. Lower California. You know what I'm saying? These people know each other.
It is off the books. Okay, they got it now. They got Coahuila and Spanish. They didn't Spanish Texas. They didn't combine to make up Coahuila Tejas.
Big y'all,
which is
Texas in the building.
Caddo word they say which means friend or whatever the fuck, right? But it's no slavery. Everybody got their fingers crossed. Damn, ain't no slavery, bro. It's in the Constitution. It's law.
In the Constitution.
But guess what? They got 6 months to go put up their money and buy as many slaves as they want and bring them into Texas.
Hey, for us to drop.
Got 6 months to bring in every slave, and when we bring them in, the nigga a slave for life.
Check. So they got 6 months. They calling all the dope money. Nigga calling. Hey, how much you got over there? I got 10,000. Put that 10 in. Cause we need to get many we get in these 6 months. That was they play. But on the other side, they watching because they see how these niggas move and they understand that they dividing the play.
But they children, we can only own them up until 14, and then we gotta set them free. I want y'all to hear how this is sounding, man, because one of the things that I'll be like, God damn, bro, I understand it, but it's a lot of rhetoric going around, bro, that niggas weren't slaves. This is what I want you niggas to understand, man, that it was laws. Slavery was legal. It was a law, bro. And when the U.S. expanded, she took this law with her. Okay? Everywhere she went, this became a reality for motherfuckers. If you were in their jurisdiction. Check. And so these motherfuckers went down there and they got them a seat at the table. Hey. Now these settlers, you go from Cohelia being broke in the hole. Now they got all this money that's backed by slave cotton. Indian servitude, nigga. And they got a lot of it. Cocaine, dope money. And they got legislation to give them 6 months to get their shit together. Yeah, so the race is on. Who gonna buy up the most slaves? Let's walk.
That was a kickback. I'm with Trump on that. That sounds like a kickback.
Yeah, man, because we trying to figure out what happened. The slavery was birthed. Slavery was the birth of Texas. And so we come over here to abolish of slavery created tensions between the Mexican government. Okay? And these slaveholding immigrants, these niggas hot. This shit created tensions. Beef on the street.
Nah, for real.
Immigrants around Anahuac,
I'm gonna pop that pistol right now. Been like that.
After the Republic of Texas was created, now we're gonna move up after the Republic of Texas was created, 1836, Anglo-American views on slavery and race began predominant, and free blacks lost their rights as citizens. So it's gonna bring us up to my boy Vicente Guerrero. He'll become president after his boy died. Guerrero become president. It'll be short-lived. A lot of people didn't fuck with him, what they say.
Even with the story of his homie dying, you gotta understand, when it was time they set the table and say who's gonna take the power, he didn't want it. He put another nigga in front of him. I don't want that. And then the other guy, let's say, broke some cardinal rules. It's the game. They all at the table, mafia style. He broke some rules, so they had him executed. So Vicente had to, it was like, okay, I can't even afford to let somebody else drive the car because they'll fuck around and bring it all down. Gonna cause more problems, so fuck it, I'll take it. And they had to get him out of there. But let's walk. Before they got him out of there, what'd he do?
He may have had issues as his personal measures because his enemies accused him of being partly African descent. Yeah, right, partly Indian. The whole Indian running around here scalping shit. And he was a damn fool and he was a motherfucker. And he led the indigenous, most of his soldiers was niggas. And they'll murder him though. He'll be murdered. And the player go on. But they still was handling those immigrants. And different laws like this here was coming down on them. This one right here from Jose Tornell. He said, having received information that several offers have been made to citizens of the United States to colonize the lands on the state of Coahuila in Texas.
So as y'all see in Bikini Fossil, you see a lot of, they trying to get the homie out of there. He's standing on something. This the same situation. When Vicente got hit, that's a big loss, bro. That was huge. And so now we got a coup d'etat being ran. And so right here, we're going to hear the homie. He trying to bring it out and let everybody know that they trying to overrun us.
Niggas say he been hearing a lot of shit coming around. And niggas say, you got these whole ass settlers. Niggas that came over here and think they finna take something. He say, consider it my duty to caution them by publishing lit art of the law on the 6th of April, 1830, which is as follows. A virtue of the authority which has been reserved by the General Congress to itself by Art 7 of the law on the 18th of August on 1824, all foreigners, I repeat, all foreigners whose country is bounding on said state and territory of the Federation shall be prohibited from settling within the said state and territory. You finna get your ass up out of here.
You finna move around.
Just to all them U.S. niggas, all your ass U.S. niggas, in consequence of which all...
You 13 college nigga, you coming down here? This Jose, he was standing on business. Yeah, I see that fly shit y'all got going on. I'm letting you know right now, off top, homie. We ain't going down here. You know what I'm saying? We gonna rock and roll down here. That's what it's gonna, cause I'm hearing things and I ain't liking what I'm hearing, homie. I'm finna get active.
All contracts that have not taken effect or opposed to this law shall be suspended. Therefore, I declare in the name of the Mexican government that whatever contract shall have been made in violation of this said law will be null and void.
Check.
It begins understood that colonization in the state of Coahuila in Texas and the territories of New Mexico by citizens of the United States has been prohibited. You bitches think y'all finna get over here and colonize something? Man, I like them Mexicans, boy. Say, man, I like them kind of Mexicans, man. Them niggas say, man, they weren't going for none of that shit.
Don't bring it.
I heard a whole ass United States nigga talking about he finna come up here and set up shop and he finna bring all the dope in and he sending it back out there east of the Mississippi, and he say he putting tax on the niggas on the other side. Nah, hell nah. I like them Mexicans back then. Let's walk. On March 36th, San Antonio, this is where Texas declared independence. March 1836, Mexican forces overran the Alamo in San Antonio, achieving victory. They declared Texas independence from Mexico. All right. And then we'll come down with the Constitution of Texas in 1836. The first Anglo Constitution to govern Texas was drafted at a convention of 99 delegates in assumed Washington on the Brazos in March. All right. So now these people in Texas, with the help of the United States, they have came in and ran a coup d'etat and they have separated themselves. Why? Because these people wouldn't let them come to Texas and bring that slavery shit here. Texas was birthed out of slavery. Texas lost their land to motherfucking the United States because they wasn't with that slavery shit down here. They had already defeated niggas who came down here, thought they was finna run something and enslave something. They smashed them. And now the United States come down here with that shit, and these niggas crossing the line, man. And now they done broke away. Got them a little jurisdiction in Coahuila. You would tell you how to put up the money, and now they done ran their independence. Come on, somebody. These hoes came out here with a declaration of independence. Yes, sir. Yes, they did. Just like the United States, I'm going to tell you something. When they ran that play, y'all better come see me this week, how the Moors and the Indians conquered America. Come see me. We got something to talk about. We got something to talk about. Yes, sir. To make sure y'all on the like button, make sure y'all share this out, make sure y'all support the goddamn bill. United Declaration of Independence made the delegates of the people of Texas in General Convention at the town of Washington on the second day of March 1836. And they said, when a government has ceased to protect the lives, liberty, and property of the people from whom its legitimate powers are derived, and for the advancement of whose happiness was instituted as so far from being guaranteed of the enjoyment of those inestimable and inalienable rights, become an instrument to the hands of evil rulers for their oppression. It said Mexican nation has forever ended, and that the people of Texas do now constitute a free sovereign, an independent republic, and fully invested with all the rights and attributes of property belonging to independent nations. And the conscience of the rectitude of intentions of fearless and confident comment and issues on the decision of the supreme arbiter of the destinies of the nation. And they declared themselves independent. So now they got down here, they say we got jurisdiction. You don't want me to run slaves over there? Well, I got my own shit now. I got my own shit. And what's the first thing you think they did? Come on, somebody, who said it? Slavery. You fucking right. They got right to it. They got right to it. You hear me? Slavery, nigga. Soon as I got my little shit off, yeah. Nigga, we open for business. Next day, early, bright and early in the morning, bitch, we open for business. We got slaves, Jack. We got action. 1840, they'll come down with the Ashworth Act, right? Because the problem came. You know, the system that they run, the play that they run, well, we fuck over niggas. Say, it just in me, homie. We fuck over niggas. And so the Ashworth Act passed a law by Texas Congress on December 12, 1840, came in response to an act passed on February 1840, which prohibited the immigration of free blacks and ordered all black residents to vacate the Republic of Texas. Yeah, man, them niggas, bro, they came out there saying, if you a nigga in Texas, you might want to get up and get the fuck up out of here. You see, because them Spanish niggas, they'll run them laws on them, and these niggas came out here, got these big old forms, got them slaves back there, them essays find out about it, they come down there and take your shit, nigga. And so now, when they get in power, guess what they want to do? They want to return the favor. Bitch, I'll take your shit. They formed the rabbit got the gun, nigga. And so they say, you know what? Ain't no immigration. You got a lot of these niggas trying to run up in this hotel and come get it while it's good. We didn't open. Nah, fuck that. Ain't no black immigration. And if you a nigga, you need to check in. If I don't know you. And so blacks were ordered, all free black residents, to vacate the Republic of Texas within 2 years or be sold into slavery. And you got people running around here saying ain't no slavery, niggas weren't slave. Niggas getting comfortable with that aboriginal science, running around here talking about white folks was a slave, bro. Go do your genealogy, bro. If you wasn't a slave, nigga, you might was a slave owner. And if you was one of the free niggas that got passed, what was you doing, nigga, to get a pass? Because see, the game is called colonization, is called assimilation. Okay? I will ally with you as long as you are for the upliftment of colonization.
Check.
So if you free, you walking around here, ain't nobody looking for you, you ain't getting affected by the laws and shit. Nigga, how you get exempt? No, fuck that, Jack. I'm trying to figure. Say, man, how you free niggas walking around here, boy? How you know them people? Ooh, they ain't like niggas over there. How you know them? Shit, these niggas walking around, they got their jury on in front of these folks. And, what you, how you know? How y'all get so cool, nigga? Damn.
Yeah, nah, for real though. Yeah. How you know them people, fam? if they already done devised a plan that we finna colonize them shit, and then they run up in the block and you are exempt, but everybody else got these certain laws and all these things put on them, but you, my friend, are exempt. How you do that? What you know that we don't know? About to be everywhere tonight, nigga. Laying out in this. I moved from Fifth Ward and goddamn that. Something like that. If we look at Mexican now, all right. Let's walk. Hey, get the likes up, family. Get the likes up. The Afro-Mexican population are often overlooked in Mexico culture, Moesic, but there is a year. Hold on, y'all. Let me see this to you. Fuck, I told you I'm doing something on TV. Even if you went down to Mexico, now you get down into Cancun and all that, you see dark people and all that. But when I went out there to the West Coast and I went to Mexico out there, I was in San Lucia. What was that motherfucker called? Something like that. One of the motherfuckers. I don't know what's up with my memory today, bro. It was St. Lucia. Yeah, whatever that shit called down there, man. But I went down there, man, San Jose, all of that type of shit, bro. Them people was dark than motherfucker. First thing I said to him, I was like, damn, nigga, you look like me. Yeah. But, I got the video too. Yeah, I took pictures with him and everything, man. I got him on tape. I did a little small vlog of it. Yeah, I got the video. I don't know if it's still up on this channel, but it was up on here a little minute ago. But yeah, and the people out there, most of them motherfuckers, especially the locals and shit, dark-skinned people. I ain't saying they look like niggas, but they dark-skinned people, right? Just showing the difference on what they show. It's no different than when you go anywhere in the world, out there in Dubai. They'll show you the light-skinned Arabs and shit. Mostly that was in Abu Dhabi. I seen a lot of pale Arabs and shit. But in Dubai, mostly everybody was dark-skinned. On my mind, if y'all been following me long enough, y'all remember I came back and said, hey man, them motherfuckers be asking me, am I local? Especially when I got on when I got the garb on and shit, I'm out there in my kaduri and all that type of shit. I'm draped up and dripped out. A lot of motherfuckers thought I was, cause I don't say nothing, I play crazy, but yeah, they thought I was a local. A lot of people asked me that. But let's walk. I said, damn, I look like an Arab, but anyway, yeah, they walk. Disrespect. The Afro-Mexican population has long struggled for recognition in the overwhelmingly mestizo country, where the indigenous past damn, I'm out of there. But lighter skin color is often reflected in social advancement and higher income. This year's census, which is being collected throughout March, marks the first time the country has counted its Afro-Mexican population, providing the official recognition for people often overlooked in Mexican cultural Moesic. 2015 survey Mexican Statistics Institute estimated that Afro-Mexican population at 1.13 million. Observers expect the census can put a current total around 2 million, mostly in Guerrero, Oaxaca, and Veracruz state. Extremely important that they count us as Afro-Mexicans, said Garcia, an engineer in the community. We're of African descent, but we're Mexicans. But we were born here and we built this country. Now hold on right here. I want y'all to see the indigenous people there too. I wonder what they mean. Y'all see the indigenous people there. Now, this is very important. We're going to come in through here because of these certain areas that they associate Mexico with. You don't hear too much about, Black Mexico in certain spots, certain places in Mexico, even Mexico City. All of these places have been historically known to be motherfucking melanated people.
Recently, they covered it up with all of this shit here. A lot of this shit that
20th
they're
century.
associated with Mexican culture, you got to understand, it's going to come a time. They didn't build this Mexican identity until the late 1800s anyway. Meaning it didn't come until they ran into the Union. That part. That's when they started knowing these niggas and start building this identity. But we'll walk into some of that though. Oh shit! Hold on. My bad, y'all. I ain't have my shit pulled up. All right, I'm ready to rock now.
You ready? Gotta cock that bitch.
The Mexican army expelled the French and captured and executed Maximilian I. And right now, at this time, 1866, do you understand what's going on in America? 1866, this is being considered the Reconstruction era. So when we're looking at the Reconstruction era, let's just look at what these wars are being fought for as the Civil War. Where did they fight the Civil War? In the South. They fought it at you niggas' house. That's what this shit about.
Walk it down, Chief.
And when they was fighting in the northern regions of what is now known as the Midwest, who they was
get
fighting?
500
Indians,
likes.
bro.
Let's get 500 likes.
Who the fuck you think they was fighting? You gonna see the Union go set up posts right outside of Indian villages. Why? And who they send down there? These pastors and these niggas. Send them down there. They built little company, what they call companies, Company K, Company D, Company E. You had situations like that, like these little recruitment offices that's in people's neighborhoods and things like that, military recruitment. And you know, they whispered all these sweet nothings in niggas' ear. Well, at that time, see, we would have to go back. This is why we got to understand how much of an Indian story that this is, right? So we're going to have to go back 30 years before then to the Indian removal, when they brought all of these people to the other side of the Mississippi. Now, even if we go back 30 years before then, take us down there into Florida. Now, that's these situations coming on out of them colonies. This shit is going on with this situation down in Spanish Florida. Well, this is when they're going to bring in these this new age, this new group. You got all the big homies dying out. Your Treaty of New York's and these type of things are gonna take place down there in the area of Florida concerning these Creeks and what would become known as the Seminoles, down in that area down there. 1830, this shit here move. These wars with these Seminoles and these people wanting this land, they gonna move a lot of them over across the Mississippi. They gonna set up these base like Fort Gibson, Fort Concho down in Texas, Fort Gibson in Kansas. You got Fort Concho down in Texas. These situations gonna take place. Now the people that they're dealing with are Indians. These are Indians who are coming to these bases. You got the treaty which the Seminole signed, which happened right there at these forts. These are going to be the areas where you're going to have all this, what they call, quote unquote, black cowboy history. It's very important we understand that. Really just want to get a picture in your mind of what we see at this time, how life is at this time. You got big farms, what niggas call plantations, but they're going to change forms as you leave off of the eastern, that side of the Mississippi. Once you come west of the Mississippi, it's things starting to look a little different. So because the rules didn't apply over there. Now we getting down to Texas. Now, like I say, you had that Fort Concho, and there at this time you have you had these Seminoles who are going to leave out Florida and come down into Texas, into this Mexico area, because they were getting away from these laws and this system which was an Indian couldn't be an Indian, and if you were Indian, you were being oppressed. It was no different than what was taking place down here in Mexico. The indigenous population couldn't hold office. They couldn't, they weren't privy to a lot of these benefits that these other people that came here part of the colonization. So they started basically a confederacy. Hold on right quick. I'm gonna show y'all the confederacy. Let me show y'all their flag. Where you at, Chief? I got so many goddamn windows open. Where you at, Brody? Hold on, y'all. Give him 2 seconds. I just pulled it up. Where you go, boy? I just saw you there, boy. We got so much Mexico history. Man, where your ass at, boy? That ain't even it. All right. I'm going to have to find it. All right, let's keep going. My bad, y'all. I just had fam. Here you go. Let me slide them down. I want to show y'all the Republican flag, the republic that they started, that they actually were fighting against Mexico with. And this is going to be our people. And it's going to be the Castor Wars, which I brought up to Professor Iltis. And he even said that they need to add that to the database because they don't have that information, but they need scholars to bring them that information.
You can say what you want to say. Y'all ain't gonna know. Yeah, you gonna fuck that. You say what you want to say, nigga. Some activism shit. Nigga. Over 30 years, nigga. I ain't never touched a white bitch, nigga. But nigga, I'm out here, nigga, and the devil is working. They say he's the deceiver. And nigga, I'm goddamn me, nigga. I tell you, goddamn me. Nigga, I'm out here in Africa.
Y'all see them flags? That's the flag of the republic that they made. It was 3 of them came together in the Yucatan to fight off the Mexican because they're gonna call on the U.S. and British to bring them, to come and allow with them to help overtake the indigenous population, and they fought them from 1848 all the way up to the 1920s.
Y'all still flying Moorish flags and shit. Take my boy out behind me, man. We out here with motherfuckers. Nigga, activism, nigga. But y'all finna go do something productive. Yeah, man. We out here, nigga, with the guards. We be talking all that guard shit, nigga. Guard ain't got no internet. I don't think them niggas can fuck with me in this, bro. I think I got a little something in this shit. I'm a little too quick. Nigga got 81 likes, 200 people. So, nigga, everybody know all colonizers come out the east.
The nigga that just be talking. All right, back to the action. Cinco de Mayo. Let's go back to Cinco de Mayo. Damn, boy, don't tell me you can't find it. It's so dying because I got so much stuff I want to pull up today since it's Cinco de Mayo. So much shit I want to pull up. We'll go here just a little bit because he gonna talk about what's taking place.
When Mexico celebrated 100 years of independence from Spain, they use put the angel in the middle of the road. So we go to the north, we go to La Hidalgo first. In the way back, we're gonna visit the pyramids of Our Lady of Guadalupe. That's the program for today. Your lunch are included. Many Mexican food, good options. I'm gonna give you a good recommendation for lunch. So
No, you're not. He said he gonna give me a good recommendation. Y'all know me. I turned it down. You will not. No, I don't need no recommendations. I will starve till I get back to the States.
About the Mexican history, my friends, let me tell you something about information about Mexico City. Mexico City are located 2,240 meters over the sea level. Between Mexico and Mexico State together, 20 million people. 5 million cars running every day in the streets. And in Mexico, 150,000 taxis. Do you notice the pink color? Because there is a big campaign against the breast cancer. That's why the pink colors. Mexico, my friends, after London, the city with more museums in the world. We have a lot of museums in Mexico. The most important anthropology, Somalia, the castle, and of course Frida Kahlo. After the movie with Salma in 2002, that place get more popular. Now it's one of the most important museums in Mexico because the number of the visitors. Every day is crowded, the Frida Kahlo Museum, and are located in Coyoacán. Coyoacán is considered the first village in America. Yeah, why? Finally, like in 1521, the Spanish conquered the Aztecs. So one day Moctezuma and Hernan Cortés together and America. Pink taxis, like I told you, 150,000 in Mexico, but don't use the pink taxis. You better use Uber. They cheating you. They charge you more. Yeah. So 32 states in all over Mexico. And
and when we got to the pyramid, he said, "Hey, don't buy nothing from none of them. Most of this shit come from China." And my stupid ass bought something anyway. And he said, "Why did you could have tipped me with that?" He said, "Why you bought that fake shit? You could have tipped me with that."
And the total population, 120 million people. In the small
120 million people. Listen to the history that he gonna talk about. He gonna talk about the resources in the ground. He gonna talk about. He gonna give you so much game on this place, and we get a chance to look at, you know, how they living out there, how it look. But they have one of the largest underground. He spoke about that too, underground. You know, the trains and all of that. And he talked about how long they've been in existence, you know, for a long time.
Communities now, they speak about 60 dialects in the small communities.
60 different dialects in Mexico City alone.
Mexico City, my friends, is part of the Ring of Fire. Around the valley, we have many mountains and volcanoes. Most of them are not active, but we have one active volcano. The name is Popocatépetl. This is the representation of Quetzalcoatl, and you see the wall of skulls. It's very traditional in the Aztec civilizations here in Mesoamerica. Yeah. So I'm going to tell you, my friends, the Mexican history, so now you know more about Mexico. The foundation of Mexico, 14th century, 1325. At the year 1111, 9 tribes left Aztlán, and they followed the instructions of Socio-political. For the Antique civilizations in Mesoamerica, they have a theocratic government, so they have a
God in the real Texas Indian way, man.
Was the main gods of the Aztecs. Huitzilopochtli represent the sun, the war, and Quetzalcoatl the fertility. So Huitzilopochtli tell the people, just follow the river and you will find the promised land. They were looking for two signals. The first signal they looking for was an eagle eating on the day over a cactus, and the second signal was when the land and the heaven together. After
all right, so this story in Mexico City is about an eagle. When they see the eagle, if you go back, who talks about that? The Toltec as well. The Roman army, they used the Roman Empire symbolism was the eagle. The eagle is the national, you know, is the signal for America, for the U.S. So this eagle is very, very important. But I ain't gonna say nothing right now. Go at 6. Come holler at the kid.
The Aztecs saw the signal over in a lake. So the foundation of Mexico City was on the top of the lake, Texcoco Lake. That's why Mexico are sinking 1 inch every year, because under us we have water. That's why. After 200 years of walk, The Aztecs saw the first signal, an eagle eating on the day over a cactus, and also they saw the second signal when the land and the heaven together. The eagle represent the heaven and the snake represent the land. And they used to build the chinampas. The chinampas are artificial islands. How they made it in the roots of the trees, they put natural elements like wood, stones, earth, wood, and they used to do the island. And that island was a new form of agriculture because the products they don't need to be irrigated, they took water from the lake. The Aztecs becomes to be one of the stronger civilizations in Mesoamerica, and they conquer many other civilizations here in Mesoamerica. The other civilizations pay tribute to the Aztecs. For the Mexican history, let me mention two areas who pay tribute to Aztecs, Mayas and Tlaxcaltecas. The Mayas and the Tlaxcaltecas, they pay tribute to the Aztecs.
Y'all hear him? He said that when the Aztecs came in, they paid tribute to him. Later on in the conversation, he gonna tell me that the Aztec migrated to Mexico from Utah. He's gonna say it. The Aztec or the Toltec migrated from Utah down into Mexico.
Another important god in the Mexican history, Quetzalcoatl. The physiognomy of Quetzalcoatl was like a white person with beard and blue eyes. This god showed them or teach them how to do agriculture and how to do astronomy. Quetzalcoatl, one of the most serpent. This god went into the ocean and promised to come back one day. In the 1519, 16th century, considered the first Mexican trader because when the Malinche and Hernan Cortez together, Malinche tell everything about the Aztecs to the Spanish. She tell about the gold, about the silver, and about the enemies. When the Spanish,
He told them about the gold, the silver, and that's what they wanted. God damn it!
When they hear about the gold, about the silver, they was on the way to obtain the gold and silver from Aztecs. So the Spanish moved from Yucatan to Veracruz, and they went to Tlaxcala. Remember, the Tlaxcaltecas and Aztecs were enemies. So Hernan Cortés asked the Tlaxcaltecas, if you help me to conquer the Aztecs, you will be free. The Tlaxcaltecas accept the deal. To the small group of people from Spain, add 70,000 people more from Tlaxcala, now was a big group now. When they arrived here to Mexico, Tenochtitlan, when Moctezuma and Hernan Cortés together, Moctezuma, the Aztec emperor, just give it a tocado to Hernan Cortés, he like give it the crown, like give it the city, and the Spanish, they take care of these lands in 1521. And in 1521, the new name here was the New Spain. No more Mexico, Tenochtitlan, the New Spain. On the left, this is the second most important public university in Mexico, Polytechnic, a specialty in technology, and it's free. We have another one in the south.
Y'all heard what he said? Got a tech school, college. Most important thing he said out of that was it is free. The education is free. So many countries that I go to in their education and their medical is free. In the US, they'll charge your ass to have a baby. They'll nigga charge you to go there if you say you had a headache. Everything is a bill. Then they gonna get you write your prescription, another bill. Or you gotta go through an insurance company or something. It just, in these other places, they ain't treating their people like that.
University of Mexico, UNAM, is one of the largest in Latin America because receive every year more than 300,000 students. The University of Mexico have 50,000 workers. For you have an idea, only the campus is bigger than the Vatican in Rome, the campus.
That nigga say the campus of Mexico City University is bigger than the Vatican in Rome. Anyway, moving on. Black Europeans, whether which place you came from. But let's walk. So that's 1866, just to get us in the time frame of what we're talking about. And as far as this Cinco de Mayo, let's go into some Mexico history. So right here in this area, we're gonna deal with Veracruz. Y'all just heard him. Sue been going to one of these. Y'all just heard him. The guy, I forgot his name, but he was just speaking about Veracruz and those places that they went to go ally or go and conquer. Veracruz was one of those places.
Cortez, these are some of the most put together sites that's here. This shit that we gotta see, bro, for this lifetime is over with. You know what I'm saying?
I'm going.
These are a lot of the places that don't get talked about, and these are where a lot of this quote unquote melanated history is coming from. And so these are the reasons they're going to have to bring in a transatlantic slave trade. These are a reason why they're gonna have to bring in Lorenzo Dow Turner and them same people who was responsible for going in and associate the Gullah Geechee language, the language of the Sea Islands, to Sierra Leone language, or African language. All right. Well, they sent his ass to South America as well, and he went through these places, Veracruz, Belize, and these different places where it was heavily populated in our people, and he came out with the same results. Okay, you got your Pan-American, right before you had your Pan-African conference. I think it was 1890. They had a situation that 1890 for this quote unquote Pan-American conference where they was trying to get a lot of this history under wraps. All right, for these indigenous populations that was there, and this is what led into these stories now, and this is how we gonna get the transatlantic slave trade to story to write over. It's one size fit all. We're gonna walk through and break it down though.
Yeah, they do got some good oil.
Second expedition under Commander Hernan Cortez launched in 1519. It was during the expedition that Cortez disembarked and founded a place, and his men called Villa Rica de la Vera Cruz, a rich village of the True Cross in the mid 1500s. Massive amounts of gold and silver was harvested throughout the state. As was the case in most parts of Mexico, new European diseases, enslavement decimated the indigenous population in the first years after Spanish arrived. Now, people play. Like I said, it's a one size fit all. When they talking about you know how they get niggas out the story.
Tell us.
Hey, what's up? What's going on in the chat?
Man, nigga, stay focused.
Developments down there, man, and you wonder why they're saying that this was the most enslaved, because they enslaved indigenous population there. They enslaved them for their skills. They enslaved them for their wisdom, their knowledge, their understanding of the world. These are
now, watch when y'all see the interview with Professor Eltis. These are some of the things that we're gonna stand on. One of the points he tried to make strong was about African gold and European reasons why they wanted to get into Africa was about gold. And we had to stand on our ground and show them that America was where the gold was and where the niggas got rich off gold. And then we put them sources on him and showed him it wasn't no gold in Africa. And then he came out and was honest and said, yeah, you're right. Yeah, that no. The gold wasn't there in Africa. But you colored folks shouldn't know this. Why y'all ain't reading the shit we wrote to y'all? We trying to colonize y'all with. How y'all finding these right answers? We shut that shit down, nigga, on that gold in Africa. It was like, I think everybody started shooting. Yeah, it was like, and yeah, you're right. Yeah, no gold in Africa. And then we start going to the sources. We start going to the companies, and yeah, we know about the disputes. We know about the meetings and all of that concerning resources in Africa, which they lacked plentifully.
The things that they were there is no different than what happened with the Aztecs and all of this situation, right? Because it's gonna start from there. Man, let's walk. Peru, all of these different situations. These people didn't come there to come run these people over. Once they start, it was a process of assimilation. They used the people there who would side with them, and they gave them position, and they just came into the bloodline. But let's walk. The initiation of the African slave trade. Okay, check it out now. Now, since these populations are indigenous, you got the old meg sites still out of this type of shit, bro. It's there. It can't go nowhere. That shit's still standing. And so now they need to write over this story, and this is how they're gonna do it with the slave trade. So, sickened by the plight of Aboriginal population in West Indies, Bishop Bartolome de la Casa, an apostle to the Indians in Spanish New World, campaigned against slavery and indigenous people. So they keep wanting niggas to think this same nigga de la Casa, he done been all over telling Indians that they the Hebrew Israelites, they the people of the Bible. What that nigga was asking at the powwow, does the name Yahshua ring a bell? Looking at that nigga. Kwam Yasharala looking at that nigga. But so he go around and then he come back and tell him, you know what? I thought you was somebody else, my nigga. Cause then Delicacy come back and say, well, nah, they ain't the real Hebrews. My bad. I be fucking with nigga, man. I thought you must have cut your hair or something. You lost some weight or something? Yeah, that ain't you then. Cause you had looked like somebody I knew, but nah, that ain't you. You looked like God chosen people. Deuteronomy 76. I chose you to be a special people upon everybody upon the face of the earth or some shit like that. I chose you to be a special people to myself upon some shit like that. Deuteronomy 76. Some bullshit. But anyway, that walk. And so he say King Charles of Spain
wrong with y'all homeboy,
slavery of more durable Africans. Okay. So now they're saying, you know, nigga said, you know what? I feel you, bro. You such a real nigga, bro. I'm gonna let them niggas make it. For African, you gotta first off, let's put up Africa. Come on now, fuck this shit. Put up West Africa, and all my first and second gens, close your ears. We want this message to get out. Woo, you look fine first and second gens, close your ears. Woo, I don't want this message to get out. Don't nobody record this. Don't leak this. Now, but we put it up to compare West Africa to Mexico. What we just call it Mexico. Veracruz, Teotihuacan, Tenochtitlan, the Yucatan. If we was to compare these areas to West Africa, now I want y'all to listen what they're saying. They say we're going to. He said, you know what, man? These niggas some real niggas, bro. Let them make it. He said, you know what? Since that's your nigga, I fuck with you, and they your people. No, I'm gonna let them make it. He said, but I still need to work. He said, we're gonna get some Africans. So now they're telling you that the Africans are smarter, work harder, and out. And what we're saying is, nigga, where's your results of this hard working? Well, listen, bro, y'all went over there to get gold and all that. Nigga, y'all came over here and took all our motherfucking gold and silver mines and all of this type of shit here. So it ain't about the gold. The gold don't make these niggas smart. The gold come out the ground. So what made them so smart? We got motherfucking pyramids, civilizations, big cities, running water, nigga, all the shit live. And you talking about you finna go get another nigga because he's smarter and he work harder. He work harder. What did he build? And this ain't no disrespect. First, second, listen. Just wait till class is over and we'll talk. Now some real shit. I mean, goddamn. You talking about I can't listen what he say. He say they propose to get more durable Africans as a substitute. And then when you hear these other people, they say they went and got scientists from Africa. They went and got the brilliant, most best mind. Well, damn, nigga, what did the minds put together and build in Africa? Nigga, because we got civilization over here. All right, let's walk. And so they say the first shipment of 4,000, 4,000 slaves was sent to Hispaniola in 1517 and redistributed to Cuba and Puerto Rico. From the modest beginning, millions of Africans would be brought in bondage to Spanish colonies to the Caribbean islands, North American. For 4 centuries, the European slave trade fueled Western economies and turned Africa, into a continent of spent energy. It is believed in the name of Pan-Africanism. Everything is believed in the name of Jesus, aka Pan-Africanism. Believe that at least all 100. Listen. It is believed that at least 100 small ethnic groups in Africa. 100 small ethnic groups in Africa may have disappeared as a result of the slave trade. Well, listen, you know the dumbest shit in the world, and it's always Pan-Africans try to tell the nigga, you know what? Y'all, what happened to the enslaved? The Indians is extinct. Well, damn, nigga, if they brought over 100 million Africans, how the fuck is it still Africans in Africa? Bro, y'all telling us these people came over there, killed, and took everybody up out of there. How the fuck is still all of you niggas over there in Africa? But all the Indians had to die. It's crazy, bro. This shit just don't make no sense. Nigga talking about at least 100 small ethnic groups. Well, why we don't look alike? And where? Why is there still people there? And they still ain't built shit. Anyways, let's walk. Woo! Still ain't built up nothing over there yet. In the period of 1521, 1594, government.
Yeah, the young top cat. I have matured. He's that's the young top cat. Y'all give him grace. Give him grace. Ancestors ain't done with him yet.
It may indicate that 36,500 slaves were brought to Mexican shores. Then from 1595 to 1622, 322 slaving ships delivered 50,000 slaves to Mexican ports. These slaves represented almost half of the total number of slaves that were brought to the Spanish West Indies. For the period of 1622 to 1639, another 23. God, good Lord have mercy. God damn, you bring it like, God damn, nigga. How many Spanish niggas you had with you? How much? See, you are only talking about places with ancient civilization, brother. You cannot listen to me, bro. Ancient civilizations. You can, and look how it ain't even taking them long. Niggas say shit. From 1521 to 1594, he brought in 30,000. He coming in with them hoes at. Then he come back with 50,000. Then he come back with another 23 with him. Then he come back with 110. Come on, man. Like, bro, how long with Spanish? Bro, when was Spanish what you niggas was doing in Africa? Spanish, where y'all was getting all these people from out of Africa? Spanish, Spain did that. Spain was running ports in Africa like that. I ain't know that.
Had no clue.
I thought when Spain left out of Spain, the motherfucker went to the Americas. Maybe I'm tripping.
Yeah, I think
because I know when we go in the Papabuls,
into
Portuguese got West Africa and Spain got America. I'm trying to see, damn nigga, for you niggas to be collecting all of these people, where you getting them from? Or are you gonna say that they got them from the Portuguese? Because we can rock out on that too.
Well, that is actually what they said. That's actually what Dave told us yesterday. He also said, damn, it was something I had just said that we brought up. But, you know, for the Moors, my Moorish brothers. So, Dave, this transatlantic guy who's looking for these voyages, he does not recognize the Moors in America. He recognized the Moors in Africa. If you want to find the Moors, follow the Portuguese. because the Portuguese felt like it was some hope in the Moors. And a Moor nigga can't have nothing around me. So if you want to find the Moor, all you gotta do is follow the Portuguese. Cause he putting belt to ass on the Moors. And that's why the Portuguese got West Africa. Why? Cause they had just smacked up Tunis, Algiers, and Morocco. And then they turn their focus where? West Africa. Well, who was that? The Moors. And y'all gonna hear that conversation. We talked about that with Professor Dave Eltis about that too. And he confirmed the Moors are Africans. Portuguese ain't even have enough for their damn self. And why they had to pay motherfuckers and using that indentured labor and all of that. Morocco, y'all got something to do with that shit too. But anyway, because you know Portuguese and Morocco was rocking out, but we'll come back to that. Oh, Spain, damn homeboy, I'm trying to figure out when Spain was all up in Africa like this. Miss
Prez, taking out
Miss Prez, you looking good like that over there.
Then come back and do another 50,000. Then come back and do another 23. Then do 110 in Spain, bro. You win. Where was you set up? What was you posted up at, bro, and able to do this much business? And then they ain't saying they stopping in the Caribbean with the slaves. They saying they running them hoes straight from Africa. Apparently they running from Africa to Mexico. How sway? Y'all gonna let this nigga drive to the basket and ain't nobody gonna contest the shot? In early decades of the slave trade, many of the slaves came from Guinea-Bissau, Sinai, Gambia. According to Dr. Palmer, slaves from the area enjoyed a favorable reputation of the Indies for their alleged docility and trustworthiness. In the 17th century, the majority of the slaves brought to Mexican shores came principally from Angola and Congo.
That's what they say.
Angola and Congo, y'all.
That's what they say.
I'm just trying to wrap my mind around how sway. But the majority of slaves, listen, y'all, now watch this here. So the majority of slaves brought to the shores of Mexico were male, okay? So now you got to understand you're doing 30,000. You're doing 50,000. You're doing 23,000. You're doing 110,000. And then you're going to tell them it's all men? Majority all men, come on, bro. You like, with a lack of female Africans, most of these men eventually choose Indians. With lack of women, they chose Indian women, the African. Or is this the Black European? Is this the Spaniard? My bad. Let's keep going.
Is it the Moor?
So if the Africans, all these hundreds of thousands of Africans, if they chose Indian women, who did the Spanish chose? What they was doing? Oh, I guess they brought their own women and all the Spanish them. Come on, bro. All of these motherfucking people, these Africans, that's why all of these numbers here. Because the Spaniard is the African.
Check.
Every maroon population, whether it be from Jamaica, Haiti, all of these situations, what are we dealing with? We're dealing with the Spanish and the indigenous population.
Check.
You done emptied out half of motherfucking Africa. Nigga done emptied out half of motherfucking Africa to prove why black folks in America. So he said they choose Indian women or mestizo women as spouses. The long established laws of Spain granted slaves the right to select their spouse. Slave master was thus forbidden from intervening in this decision. So they say if the African slave wanted to fuck an Indian, slave master say, man, it was against the law for me to stop him. Who that Indian had all that ass and she could cook? She rubbed his back, rubbed his feet. Yeah, man. So that walk. Afro-Mexicans. Man, one of my best friends, man, he died in 2013. No, 2003, my bad. Died in 2003, one of my best friends. He was from Honduras. We used to call him a black Mexican. His name was Marvin Castillo, one of the blackest niggas I ever seen in my life. That nigga name was Marvin Castillo. And he was the first person told me about Old Mix. He was from Honduras.
Got him tatted.
He died in 2003. He drowned in Galveston Island.
Got him tatted on my back.
He drowned out there in Galveston Island. A current was pulling. He went out there trying to save somebody else. Current was pulling them down, and he went out there to go save him. He ended up getting them out, but the current ended up pulling them under. And he drowned out there in Galveston, man.
That's why I never get in the water.
My black Mexican partner.
Bang bang, big.
I got his name tattooed on my back. Mexicans, Afro-Mexicans, known as black Mexicans, or Mexicans who have heritage from sub-Saharan Africa.
Damien, what up, though? Walk him down, Chief. Walk him down. Step to him.
As a single population, Afro-Mexicans include individuals descended from both free and enslaved black Africans who arrived to Mexico during the colonial era, as well as past independent migrants. These later include Afro-descended people from neighboring English, French, Spanish-speaking countries, Caribbean islands, Central America, descendants of enslaved Africans who escaped to Mexico from deep south during slavery in the United States, and the lesser extinct recent migrants direct from Africa. The creation of the national Mexican identity, especially after the Mexican Revolution, emphasized Mexican indigenous Amerindians. Okay, the creation of what a nigga call a Mexican today, is especially after this came after the Mexican Revolution. That's why I say all this shit here came late, bro, in the game. 1800 shit.
Hey, bro.
And it emphasized Mexico's indigenous Amerindians and Spanish European heritage, excluding African history and contributions from Mexico's national consciousness. Although Mexico has a significant number of enslaved Africans during colonial era, much of the African descendant population became absorbed into surrounding mestizo, mixed European Amarillo, mulatto, indigenous population through unions among the groups. In 1992, Mexican government officially recognized African culture as being one of the three major influences on the culture of Mexico, the others being Spanish and indigenous. You can't get away from the indigenous part. They steady trying to find a reason to make these people black other than them being indigenous. But now, as we're seeing that coming out and they're having to acknowledge the black indigenous there, but they want to throw the label African on it. Don't worry about it. Let's walk.
And y'all saw the Mexican president now, the female, she came and she acknowledged the fact, but they still put an afro on top of it, but it's really the indigenous people there. But she came out, and this guy here, Gasper, is one of the guys who they're gonna try to use as this goddamn African who Shaka Zulu over in America type of nigga. One of the ways they do it, they use this guy named Gasper Younger, and it's one of the most fakest stories in the world, right? Bullshit. They always throw one of these in the a Paul Cuffey nigga, or give me another one. Menendez down there in Florida, like niggas don't know about the Menendez expedition. Bro, them people came here, married into them powerful Indian families, bro, and them was the bloodlines. And then Menendez came from that bloodline, nigga. That's how you get your own fort
That's how you get all this trust and shit. That's how you get all this pull around here, nigga. We know your people now. It's no different than
at that point.
What's them boys down there in Haiti? These niggas daddy military officers in the motherfucking, and that nigga there rocked out with the Spanish, then went over to the French. Bro, these are bloodlines. Don't nobody walk in this hole and become somebody, nigga, with all this money and all this gold and all this resources and land is up for grabs. You don't let any nigga come in this hole and start speaking. Gaspar Younger, he was an African who led a maroon colony of slaves in the highlands near Veracruz. During the early period of Spanish colonial rule, he successfully resisted a Spanish attack on the colony in 1609. The Maroons continued their raids of Spanish settlements. Finally, in 1618, Younger achieved an agreement with colonial government to self-rule the Maroon settlement. It was later called San Lorenzo de los Negros, or San Lorenzo. Now, what I want to show you about this guy is they cannot find out where he's from. They say it is named in honor of Gaspar Younger, a man of African descent. Historians believe he's from Angola. Now, I've heard he was from Angola. So they say the boy was out of Cameroon. The boy was right here they said his nationality is possibly brand ancestry. And I think that's off one of them little islands or something right there. Cape Verde Island or some shit up in that area or something. And watch this here. They said Yanga, he was the word Yanga had origins in the regions of West and Central Africa, including Yoruba and Nigeria region. So damn, where is the boy from? Because when we come up here say, while the available official reports regarding the history of Gaspar Younger is sorely lacking. Every time we fuck with one of these Pan-African niggas, bro, they're lacking. What a source up.
Little Top Cat be on it.
Well, we know slavery was really, really bad to our people. And those white folks, they didn't keep a lot of sources. Yeah, get your bitch ass up out of here, nigga. You out here that made this little bullshit ass story up, and y'all ain't got no proof or evidence on it. Y'all don't even know where he from.
At least
what a nigga pick a spot. You pick a spot. He was an African hero. You bitch ass nigga. He was an African hero, Top Cat. Where he from? You know my favorite question to them Pan-Africans be, what's his mama name? What's his daddy name? They don't know nothing. That nigga, you don't know a motherfucking thing about him. How the fuck you gonna come out here and try to give me a life story about a nigga and you missing the nigga mama and daddy name?
Sister, brothers, and aunties and shit. You don't know his
brother. Be the best one right there. You just fucking, and then I go ahead on hit him on the chin and bring the 3 across on his ass. Night.
If that 3 don't drop, and that 6 right behind.
So all this cap, right?
Turn
because they trying to bring these people in the Veracruz, you know, where the ancient the Olmecs and all these areas, the Toltecs, the Aztec, the Mayans, these civilization builders, bro. And they say they bringing in the Africa because they smart and they got science, and these niggas ain't built nothing for their damn self. You ain't got nothing, nigga. Everything you claim and grew out the ground, nigga, came from the creator.
Period.
That part. We got that shit, and we got the shit that we brought to the game.
Shit.
And we just want y'all to chill with all this. You had to go get another nigga because he was smarter and work hard. And nigga, you know how hard we had to work to build this shit up? All this shit here lined up, nigga, with astrology, nigga. All of this shit here, nigga.
Prez, you bad. Genius. Y'all little ass bad, Prez.
Fuck you go get another nigga that ain't did nothing. That's what. with all this African talk, let's talk about the real shit about the Africans. The Africans that came here into Mexico. The Africans that came, whole time the Spanish niggas that killed off all the Indians, and now they bringing Africans here. But when we really go in the story and we see these niggas really had African, niggas talking about it was laws. We couldn't stop them Indians from sleeping. We couldn't stop them Africans from sleeping with them Indians. All right. As a young man, he go a nigga named Esteban the Moor. That walk. As a young man, Estebanico, his real name was Mustafa, was sold in slavery 1522 to the Portuguese called Moroccan Town. What they say, they referred to him as a Moor, term applied to Berbers. While this accounts called him the Black, which suggests he was sub-Saharan African. All right. So his former name, well, he was property of a dude named Andres. They was on the Narvaez expedition. Narvaez expedition 1527. They ended up shipwrecking. He got caught by the Caruncle Indians. They was enslaved. The story is the nigga break away. He come back now. He leading the gang. Now he leading the Spanish. He gonna take them out where New Mexico, Arizona area. He gonna get killed by some Indians.
Hey, Professor, he kept, when he was talking about the colonization of America, Professor Dave, he was making it like it was the YT man. So we had already agreed that it was a point that we was gonna come in with the Black European, and I ran him through took him through the Black Kings, took him to the first contacts, took him to the Indians. I used this source on him, showed it was a Moor. I think he got something against the Moors too, how he talked. But yeah, he not favorable of the Moors. But yeah, took him through there, ran him through there, and man, he said, y'all know the Portuguese, huh? Yeah, they were black. Yeah, the Portuguese, we got records. Yeah, he started giving it up. But these are conquerors who are coming here. So when they talking about, them niggas saw them fine ass Indians and we couldn't stop them African slaves from breeding with them Indians and all this whole ass shit, right? Well, it was Africans came, but they was coming with the Spanish. Shit, you had African Moors coming with these Spanish who was leading these expeditions. And we know that we come through here with Juan Garrido. He was another one. 16th century conquistadors of African and Afro-Hispanic American descent, hereafter referred to as Black conquistadors, were as much part of the exploration of the Americas as their Spanish counterparts. I want to run that back. Black conquistadors were as much a part of the exploration of the Americas as their Spanish counterparts. Can we get some flames on that? Because they run around here talking about the Africans and I caught him swinging from a tree. I brought him over here. He just worked so hard. He know he's a hard worker. And and the whole time the goddamn African, they done rolled over here together to do what? Steal some gold, nigga, and some land. And fuck
shit ain't nobody know. You bringing an African over here to get down on the nigga, bitch. These Africans were as much a part of the exploration of the America, meaning they came here, they did more colonizing than them niggas did. They were the muscle. Come on, man, with that bullshit. Juan Garrido joined a Spanish expedition and arrived in Santo Domingo, Hispaniola, about 1502. He participated in the invasion. Y'all notice that he participated. Yeah, these African ass niggas, they participated in the invasion of present-day Puerto Rico and Cuba.
And he from Morocco.
And he was a part of Ponce de Leon entourage in search of gold
the expedition that landed in Florida, he is the first African to arrive in North America. Well, that's, you know, hey, because they said this nigga was the first. They said he was the motherfucking first. That walk. And he gonna go broke. And you know what? I ain't put that slide in. I was like, fuck this slide. But yeah, he ended up calling them, talking about, yeah, man, I didn't look out for y'all. I didn't fell off. And, you know, it was me. I came here. He lied, talking about he brought maize. This boy right here say he brought maize out here to the New World. Everything I love, that nigga say they got him wrote down in history as the first nigga to cultivate maize. Lord have mercy. Who is writing this? How fucked up their story is. He said he brought y'all niggas corn. He said, and I used my own money to do it. I didn't ask y'all for nothing. Yeah. He had joined Cortez forces and invaded present-day Mexico, participated in the siege of Tenochtitlan, and he married and settled in Mexico City. Who he married? An Indian. Come on, man. So these Africans, this is why they putting all these numbers on here. Because they are fucking with these North Africans and these Moors who are coming here, and then we see the architects and the Moors architect, and we see the temples and what they was building down there. A lot of them, these were conversos as well too. So we do want to acknowledge that. Alabama, Arkansas, Tennessee, Missouri, virtually all were originally of British ancestry. Many had been born in east of the Appalachians and were part of the large westward migration of the early years of the 19th century. Most were farmers, and most included the Bell, the Borden, the Kirkendall, the McCormick, McNeil, the Rabb, the Warner families, and already had substantial means before they arrived. Now, hey, y'all see the Kirkendall down there, huh? Y'all know Desmond Kirkendall from the chat. Big Des. That's his family right there. That's his people now. The number of the largest people that migrated. The planters in Alabama was getting with the planters in Louisiana. A lot of these planters in Louisiana were black people. Okay, these people were even some of the migration out of that 300. All of them were white folks. Just want to throw that out there too. But they were the ones who were trying to convince these people in East Texas how profitable it would be if they could turn this cotton. They wanted this cotton. So one of the guys who stood in the way of this slavery, bringing these practices over here, these politics, was a black president of Mexico, Vicente Guerrero. Vicente Guerrero was the first black president to who was a virgin of Abraham Lincoln Nation. 1829, he issued a specific decree to abolish slavery, which led to slave owners removing Texas itself from Mexico years later. So with this situation, Guerrero is going to give him a 2-year grace period to get that thing together and get out. Now, they're going to settle in an area in West Texas called Coahuila. At that time, you had 17 constituent states there, basically like a form of a government. The poorest one was Coahuila. So what these planters did was they went there and put a lot of money into these lobbyists who went in return and put money into these people who were struggling in their areas. And, you know, they put them on top. So there was a lot of debates in Texas about whether slavery would be good or how could it be beneficial, how can they use it to help build it up. Well, while all of this is taking place, they get him hit. He's assassinated because he, you know, his stance on this slavery situation. The money was too big. There was too much. The cotton was there. It was too much resourceful. Too many people who stood to make a large profit off of this. They already had the systems in place where they can get the cheap labor over.
And so, yeah, they ended up knocking off Vicente Guerrero. Well, doing these politics, you're going to have these planners come down here, and they going to end up getting in the situation where they want to enslave motherfuckers. So they're going to be locked up, and they're going to get out, come back with some homies. They're going to fire off. That's going to end up start what will become this war in the Alamo. So let's walk. And I took this picture right here when I was at the Alamo. I think that was last year or some shit like that. In March 1836, Mexican forces overran the Alamo in San Antonio, Texas, achieving victory over who had declared Texas independence from Mexico.
Hey, let's get the 500 likes. Let's get the 500 likes.
And you know, that'll be 1836, and Texas is moving to their independence. And that's how they end up taking it over. Seminole Canyon gets its name from Seminole Negro Indian Scouts. Garrison at Fort Clark and Bracketville, the Scouts protected the West Texas frontier, martyring the Apache and Comanche Indians between 1872 and 1914. In 26 missions resulting in 12 battles, no Seminole Negro Indian Scouts was ever wounded. I want to run this back.
Check.
In 26 missions, resulted in 12 battles, no Seminole Indian Scout was ever wounded, nor was he ever killed in combat.
So, you know, when we doing this, you know, we put a team together, and y'all wonder why I be on y'all ass so hard. Even the people outside of us, they go for all niggas banging American Indian or American paradigm, Aboriginals, all everybody that banging that standing on American business, you know, talking about greatness. When it come down to doing some fighting, nigga, we don't take losses. We don't take no L's, nigga. We dominate. And so I told you before we did the one with Professor Dave, you know, I played the great debaters. When I jump on the call, I got Vietnam or the Vietnam War going on in the background. Or I got some Les Brown, Eric Thompson, Ray Lewis motivational speaking going on in the back. Put on the great debaters, showing we going up against Harvard. Yeah, we going up against the big boys. But we don't take no loss, because if we gonna come out here and say we are ancestors, and when we look back and see our ancestors, well, it's great, then we need to be in that same image. You feel me? So we not accepting nothing less than greatness on the battlefield, nigga. And that's why I came in the game and said, nigga, I'd never lose to a Pan-African, Hebrew, or more. I went through I would never lose to none of these niggas. And if they can bring their master teachers back, I'd never lose to none of them. It won't even be close. That should be some Floyd Mayweather, Manny Pacquiao shit. Niggas gonna be mad. Like, come on, man. I'm telling you. Frontier, martyring the Apache and Comanche Indians between 1872 and 1914. In 26 missions resulting in 12 battles, no Seminole Negro Indian Scouts was ever wounded. I want to run this back. In 26 missions resulted in 12 battles, no Seminole Indian Scout was ever wounded, nor was he ever killed in combat. You talking about greatness? Urban in the
These niggas be out here talking about they had to go get another nigga because he was so cold. These niggas come out here and tell you these folks hate you because of the color of your skin or some bullshit they done came up with. No, nigga, your greatness. Your greatness, nigga. They didn't lose a man, never lost a man, homie.
Or got wounded.
Not only never lost a man, but a nigga ain't never been shot, wounded, cut, stabbed. A nigga ain't never tripped over a rock. I'm talking about superb military Indian genius.
I put that great debaters on them. Denzel asked him what it is. The nigga repeated something. And nigga said, no, it's not. This is war. And I wanted to get that on their mind. Nigga, this ain't just no lex. This not just conversation. This not just a debate. This is about legacy. This is about the future. You feel me? Motherfuckers who gonna stand on this foundation that we putting down, they gonna look down. They gonna want, they gonna move according to how we moving. So we gonna move. The standard has already been set by the ancestors, homie. This is war. Make no mistake about it. And I made it to where I'm at because the whole time that I was here, that was the mindset I was in. That mamba mentality. Anybody I'm taking on all these motherfuckers, we gonna rock out. And I'm by myself. I ain't got no other platforms to grab a mic and come help me. So, nigga, I gotta be smart. I gotta be efficient, and I gotta, every time I go out there, homie, I gotta be in representation of this greatness of the ancestors, homie, because I know what we can do. And that's why I be mad at other people for not, other Indians and Abos for not having, like homie, don't waste your potential. Be great. We're great. This American business, the standard should only be the great, because that's the standard the ancestors set and lived by, built civilizations off. So that shit gotta be instilled in us, homie. Nigga tore us down with that black shit, that African shit, that got us out here inferior. You feel me? Victim mentalities and all of that. Nah, homie, we ain't gonna instill that greatness. And when we get on the battlefield to rock out, homie, you do not want to be there in the way with BCU come through that nigga, cause we sweeping shit. Elite special forces, get in, get out. 277 shots out, and we had probably 30 minutes with him. All together, we probably had 325 shots, but we gonna get them all off. And man, y'all done see me do 900 slide lectures in 4 hours and 30 minutes. Stop playing. You gonna do this shit, nigga, do it and have a purpose, homie. Your purpose better tie to your genealogy. And that genealogy, homie, if your family, if you can't get up for them and for your bloodline, homie, and stand on with the Indian business nigga and stand on that bloodline, then goddamn it, you don't need to be here. Your priorities fucked up. Nobody care how good of a teacher you are, how smart, how many degrees, whatever, how many letters behind your name, or none of that. That shit don't mean nothing, homie. Because in the real world, and that's what I'm saying, that's the part niggas miss. They don't catch that part. They want to be great debaters and all of this type of shit. And not even understanding, it might not even be their calling. You don't even understand how to go out there and strategize for an opponent. You feel me? Or even goddamn teachers. Not enough lecturers out here. I say it all the time. It's one of the oldest and coldest games. Coming from the mind. Yeah, coming from psychological warfare. The baddest of the baddest motherfuckers. These Seminole Indians right here, man, they came out here and they went down into Mexico. Seminole leader Wildcat and John Horace brought their people to Mexico in 1849, protecting the Mexican borders against hostile Indians in exchange for land, provision, weapons, and ammunition.
After the Seminole Nation was created in 1865, Wildcat died of smallpox in 1857. Many Seminole Indians left the settlement in Nacimiento, Mexico for Indian territory. The Seminole Maroons stayed in Mexico, fearful of being returned into slavery if they entered the United States. The end of Civil War in 1865 put an end to slavery and refocused the attention of the U.S. Army on securing the western frontier. In 1870, the U.S. began recruit Seminole, created the Seminole Indian Scouts. They were stationed at Fort Duncan in Eagle Pass and Fort Clark in Bracketville. Now I'm telling y'all some more cold shit. The first permanent commander was Lieutenant Latham Bullis. He was, guess what? A white Quaker. Quaker. See, they went and put a white boy over all of these niggas. See, at first they couldn't get nobody to stay over there with them because they kept falling out with them. And the younger Indians, they didn't fuck with them niggas. You know, they was stuck out. Them niggas that go lay on the ground, don't wear no shirt all day, cussing, talking loud, ain't got no,
bad. Why?
And they kept falling out with them, you know. But then they got this white boy in Bullis, this Quaker, and
he was a mulatto.
You know, they saved his life a few times out there. Them Indians, them Native Americans was getting on his ass.
Yeah, he was a mulatto.
You know what they marked him down in history as the greatest Indian fighter of all time.
Boy, I hate to hear that.
Yeah, they gave that nigga the GOAT. Why? Because he was with the bad motherfucker. He wasn't no bad motherfucker. It's so many instances where they had to save him.
Save him, bro.
But they gave that white Quaker. Well, the Quakers write the story anyway. And they gave that nigga the greatest Indian fighter of all time. Yeah, they did.
Stolen valor.
El Nacimiento, Tribu Negros, Muskogos, and Seminoles. And that relationship and family that they built with those people in those areas and with them Seminoles that migrated here to Texas. And they built a world. They built
Jamie, you look badass.
You know, that don't nobody really know about outside of them.
Right. Talk to
and
them.
It lasts on to the day. Why is this Mexican village celebrating Juneteenth? Although a few black people remain in northern Mexico, the region was once home to thousands who escaped slavery in the United States. Mexico outlawed slavery in 1829, an underlying factor in Texas' Declaration of Independence 7 years later. 1836, there were an estimate of 5,000 slaves in Texas, a number that ballooned in 1860 to 182. Listen, family, from 1836, there were 5,000 slaves in Texas. In 1860, it was damn near 183,000 slaves.
Check. And we're going to source that up.
After the Civil War, several Nacimiento Muskogos came back to the United States. After the Civil War, they came back with their families in 1870 to serve as Indian scouts in the army. Okay? Came back and served as Indian scouts.
Jamie, you look
first
bad.
at Fort Duncan and Eagle Pass.
Jamie, you better come out to the next event.
1876, through the military, ordered them to leave. Most returned to Nacimiento, but some remained in Bracketville, where Harrington grandfathers was born. Both men returned to Nacimiento and married Mexican women. If we're going to talk about it, let's talk about it.
Let's talk about it.
Cinco de Mayo, right there, Veracruz, Pueblo. They fought against the French.
Who else?
And with the help of these people, these Muskogos, these Seminoles, who became scouts.
Spanish. They fought against the British.
The U.S. military took them over there to handle the French. with that indigenous and Spanish population there. These people, who they descend from. And this day people today who overlook and wrote out of history. But yeah, indigenous population, them scouts and shit went over there with the US and took care of the French. And today they celebrated as Cinco de Mayo. Along with these indigenous people,
let me try and get that bikini
fought
brother.
on side of some of our ancestors in defeating that French army. And we come in to Cinco de Mayo. See, they like to say that these people are descendants of Africans, West Africans. Well, why they don't look like them? Them don't look like them first and second gens. I be checking that. Woo, y'all know y'all fine. Woo, but y'all fine that y'all don't look like these people though. Yeah, you know, we all have a story, man, and colonization has taken away indigenous people's story all over. And all of our stories should be appreciated in a real way. Even looking through your genealogy, fuck what another nigga gotta say. Check. You are who you are. And your story is your story. I don't give a fuck what you got in your blood. I don't give a fuck if you come around here every day and you ain't got one drop of Indian blood in you. I still rock with you. Man, take control of your journey, man. You know, walk in your light. And that's for all indigenous people all over. The history of Black in Mexico, Cinco de Mayo, by the legendary Big Chief Top Cat. Okay, G. Okay. Okay. Because all Europeans wasn't fair skin, you did have dark skin. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, but what I want to stress is that the same two-inch height difference that we find in the Revolutionary Wars also is apparent in the amongst Africans. In other words, you can measure Africans in Africa, but we can also, of course, get records in the Americas of Africans. And it turns out that after you standardize, after you do all the appropriate scholarly controls, that the same 2-inch differential comes out. So to go back to your original question, the reason people didn't want to move, despite the conditions in the Americas and the horrors of slavery, was the fact that if they were free, at least they were better off in the Americas than they were in Africa.
Yes, sir. Okay, so before we go into, because we want to actually open up the site and go through it. I think I watched the video with you on Emory, and you were basically showing them how to navigate the site. That's one of the things. A lot of people may know about the site, but they may find it difficult to navigate their way through.
I know it's complex.
Yeah, so we're gonna go through that. But my other question to your answer would be, are we leaving out the American Indians or the indigenous people in America when we talk about that? Because through the Revolutionary War, we can go through through the French and Indian War, the Queen Anne War, Pequot War, King Philip's War. We're seeing a lot of American Indians from the colonies being sent over to the West Indies, to other colonies and warehouses that they.
Yeah, we don't have much data on that actually, and a lot of that happened very early on in the 17th century.
Or the African If you come into the picture, correct?
Yeah. But
can't get y'all too much, man. We can't get y'all too much. Was it on? Okay. All right. Hey, man. Say, man. Woo-wee. We get warmed up, you know. I rewatched it and I yeah, we getting warmed up. Bro, we had a whole strategy. It was like, so in that situation, my question to him, you know, that was the second answer, but my initial question was, because it was on topic of the American Colonization Society, or this so-called Back to Africa, right? And so we go through the sources on how first I set it up for him on the company, dates, names, everything. I'm naming wives, I'm naming fathers, I'm naming children, I'm putting the whole connection together, the institutions, the years, and then I drop on them. And I'm keeping that Quaker jab in his face because I feel like he probably, you know, is a Quaker. But I'm keeping that jab on him and I'm walking to him, and so we go with, why didn't people want to go back to Africa? You know, if you have these institutions that are giving them a free ride back, if they went through this horrific experience. And so he gave 2 answers. That was the second one. You know, I'm gonna let you off the hook on that. We just want to see where you was at. That's around, but y'all gotta watch the build. Because in the beginning, he gonna fight for Africa. Whoo! You start getting in the middle rounds, he backing up out that African shit, nigga. Shit, nigga, he feel like we in the lodge. Yeah, yeah, nigga, I forgot where I was at. I thought we were back in the lodge. And nigga thought we was in the pub, nigga. Yeah, he got off that African shit, nigga. They thought we was in the motherfucking lodge. And dropping this shit that don't nobody supposed to know but us. Yeah, that nigga. We're in the back room in the lodge, nigga. The checkerboard float. Yeah, that nigga, shit, the middle rounds can't take too much of the body. And I apologize, y'all. I didn't know I talked that much in there. Like, I think once I got into the fight, you know, I'd be trying to do setups and all of that. And sometimes I'd be like, hold on. This never happened in this build. But I'd be like, hold on, because I'm going somewhere. Like, I got you. I'm asking you certain things to, you know what I'm saying? See where you at, and then I'm finna, you know, and I'm going to bring my offense, but I'm going to set you up. And then in the setup, you're going to realize that you have just been set up. Before I even hit you with the, you know what I'm saying? You're going to know. And that's how I shut niggas' spirit down. You know what I'm saying? Now, you take the fight out of him when a nigga realize, damn, I'm set up. He haven't even hit me with the shot. He could have been hit me with the motherfucker. But I didn't ask all these questions. Then I realized after the pattern of the questions and the answers that I gave, and now I'm my back up against the wall, and he got me, and I realized, you know what I'm saying? On this type of shit. So yeah, man. Y'all gotta see it. It's coming. We got it on the press right now. Shout out to the homie. Historical indigenous sites. You dig? Where we going now, Chief? Can we go to Mexico? Y'all want to go to Mexico with me? Let's go to Mexico. Well, Dr. D's, man, we needed you goddamn special ops. We out there, we ain't got no medic. Bro, we ain't got no medic. We could not get touched. Period. We had a sniper. I had to run the ports, lock down the ports and other shit. And Dosey, Terp, she calling comes. And we got a radio, but we ain't got no ROF. We ain't got no medic with us. So, and we get to the pyramid and Seg want to fight the goddamn the tour guide. Seg want to fight the tour guide. I said, nigga, I'm thinking in my mind, it's too hot out here for that shit. First of all, it's too hot out here for that shit.
We want the civilization, and remember all of the bodies and colors like this. Okay? Now, yeah.
So we have these people with this great astrological knowledge, right? And
listen to them.
How to work with it? They built multiple empires, right? We got the 8 epochs, right? Exactly when did they say they was from Mongolia?
1921.
Hold on. Nah, look at Seg laughing. Look at it. Appreciate that love, sis. Hold on, let me get this balance out. Look at Seg laughing. Bro, why you starting shit, fam? Look at him, y'all. Yeah, he thinks. Boy, you can take a goddamn BCU nigga out of North America, but you can't take goddamn Indian out of this nigga showing his ass. Why y'all fucking with them people? Now watch how he do it. Then he got his camera. Look, he got his camera. He had to pay to get that bitch in there. Real got them tights on back there. Real, you got them tights. Real ain't know you had them little bit of tights on.
So we have these people with this great astrological knowledge, right? And you know they clearly knew how to work with it. They built multiple empires, right? We got the 8 epochs, right? Exactly when did they say they was from Mongolia?
Because remember
1921.
the Mayans
Anthropologist.
Mm-hmm.
The first
Los Toltecas.
Mongolians moved on the top of the continent. So remember, long time ago, no continent. It's only one part. Okay? So Mongolians
How long ago was Pangea?
exactly. So Mongolians
Say to the body.
How long ago wasn't that like millions of years
But
ago?
the Mongolian theory comes from.
moved on the top of the Strait of Bering and established in South America. The first Mayans started in Guatemala, but the name of that civilization, Toltecas. Next, the Toltecas moved right here in the Peninsula Yucatan, create some buildings, and next move on the center of Mexico. And next, all the civilization will mix it with South America and the center of Mexico, established right here in the Peninsula Yucatan, and the name for the Mayans. Because it mixes it with other.
Look how Seg looking at that nigga.
Come from Mongolia. This is the reason.
I'm just staying out of it. Hey man, I'm letting him do his job. Seg ain't
still over there with them people.
And short people.
So you're saying before the Toltec epoch in the 700s?
But it's not really coming from him. It was an anthropologist in 1921 came out with that theory. It was just a theory, but they passed it off as truth.
So yeah, I just went on here to say, fuck it. All right, nigga. Here go the real answer. Leave him alone, Seg. Let's go. It's hot. I need a Gatorade. Damn. Yeah, let him go, Seg. He ain't got nothing for himself. He ain't got nothing.
So, theories.
1921, 20th century.
All that information is only according with the codex and some carvings like this, and the people to study all of this.
These people, they had books. You showed us they paid.
He told me these people had books. You showed us their pages. You You showed us before that, you know.
Yeah, nah, we can. Sick, let him do his job, Sick. Man came to work, you know no problem. Sick, let him do his job, he ain't work.
Look at boy. Y'all encouraging the shit. Y'all encouraging the shit.
Look, guys, let me show you.
He finna release us.
That's the Topcatz said he finna release us. Mm-hmm. Yeah, he done with us. I said that nigga finna release us.
Tell her, y'all go take pictures out and meet me at the truck. Right? He done with us. Yeah, nah, for real. Check, but this the thing that you gotta understand is not their information. When they sign up to come work here,
That's what
they give them a class, you know. So then everybody will use the same talking point. So they give them a class. You learn the curriculum, and you teach it how I wrote it.
But I was nice about it, wasn't I?
He done with us. Ebony better bring ass on here.
Ebony back.
Them folks finna leave her. Oh, okay. Not the one you just put your mouth on.
That nigga, hey, y'all heard that noise?
Not the one here. Them folks finna leave.
Hey,
her.
listen to that noise. It's a jaguar.
Okay.
Y'all heard it then. Rawr. And so he gonna tell me about, hey, you wanna buy one? I said, not that one you just put your mouth on. Nigga, how you gonna blow on that? That's like Sabir Bay trying to sell his t-shirt that he had on the other day on the live. That nigga said, you can buy this one off me right here. I got nigga doing a garage sale online. Man, chill out, fam.
Not the one you just put your mouth on. Can't say me saying tell you to put your mouth on, man.
That nigga try to sell me the same. That nigga done blew on that hoe. From my, hey fam, good deal. Sherelle said I'm too hot. You had them little shorts on. Look at that girl with them Daisy Dukes on. I want you to. Look at that girl with them Daisy Dukes on. Yeah, you out there in them Daisy Dukes. Just real fast, like Flash. Flashback in the past.
The Mayans will not talk much about resurrection. So it will be more like this process of from bad life to produce death and death to produce life. Like I showed you in the low parts of the ball game. You have one of the snakes, one of the blobs.
Nah, look at that girl with them Daisy Dukes on.
When we inside the ball court,
hot and ass.
He's gonna break that down. That analogy he just said. But in religion, they identify it as resurrection.
That will reach the three most important seeds. So if you realize, the Mayas will not use corn by itself because the way to obtain agriculture here is different from other parts.
All right, now this is one of my primaries, and I really shouldn't be giving it out. But see, this some drop. Listen to the game. They tell us corn was cultivated in the Yucatan. That's not true. Corn was first cultivated in Mississippi. All right, that's far much I'm gonna give you. But listen to him break down how corn, how they have to create the corn. Because it's a jungle. But now you talking about fertile land in Mississippi, that's a different conversation. So check it out. This our tour guide. He not no regular tour guide. He helped write a new book on the history of Chichen Itza with archaeologists. He's seen things that other, guys, tour guides have seen. he is requested because of his information, and he has a mentor who is a mestizo, half Mayan, half mixed, white man, blue eye. That's how he described it to us. But you know, this Ricardo, he got something for himself, and he got a source. He got his sources. He know what he know. But homie, we sat down that ride with him, and he went from the teacher to the student. And when I say we do everybody like that, I mean we do everybody like that. Cause we just like our ancestors, nigga. We don't get wounded. We don't get yeah, nigga. We run through total domination.
Do not talk much about resurrection. So it will be more like this process of provide life to produce death and death to produce
now listen to it. Plant life. How you growing?
life. Like I showed you in the low parts of the ball game. You have one of the snakes, one of the blobs.
Yeah, I'll let y'all get his full breakdown on that when we inside the ball court. And he's gonna break that down, that analogy he just said. But in religion, they identify it as resurrection.
That will reach the three most important seeds. So if you realize, the Mayas will not use corn by itself because the way to obtain agriculture here is different from other parts of the world. The only way to obtain here corn or agricultural system is through the crop rotation. So you have to put crop rotation.
Crop rotation.
You have to put in the central section, in the central part, you have to put the corn. So the corn grows straight. Around it, the beans will grow attached to the corn. When the corn blossom opens, it will provide the humidity that the squash blossom will require. That's why they put the three plants together, the three seeds together.
Come on, fam. Come on, fam. Y'all ain't never heard that like that nowhere. Y'all ain't never. This from the people that's living off the land. This from the niggas down there. This what they got to say about it. That's why it was science there, but here, I mean, man, you been through goddamn Nebraska and Ohio and now, man, y'all don't stop playing. That shit is plentiful. There, that's where the science and all that it has to be engineered because they were so cold that they created a formula, a method in which they can cultivate it there. Yeah, but they brought that from where they came from. They brought that science there. It didn't start in Mexico. It started in Mississippi. Bloodlines are to go at 6. But they go. This is a primary. Then what happens when you go talk to them about that shit and see if that shit you've been studying, that shit you think you know. Let's see if that shit hold up when you out there fucking with big dogs in the field, and this what they do every day, you know, for the last 20 years. And I think he was 19, 20 years in on this shit. You feel me? And we gonna, he's gonna become our student. Shout out to the little homie. Our little YN.
So what would it be? It was corn, beans, and squash blossom. Squash. Yes, squash. So besides this process of death and life and death, well, the Mayas will not go a little bit further. This process of renovation, this process of renewal, that will carry on life after death after life with the process of the sacrifice that we saw in Tulum. But is the god touched by the sun, but that represents the sun that has to go to the underworld, to the belly of the womb to renew itself. But that will be pretty much it.
Another similarity, so like Jesus.
Yeah.
So on the bull, he died on a tree, right? And then he rose again.
Yep.
In the book of Acts, Jesus died on the tree. In the book of Acts.
In the wood, yeah, bro, yes.
Yeah, he died on the tree. Same fashion. That's cross. Damn, I wish I would have caught him saying the tree. I should have showed him in the book of Acts. The man, you didn't have no internet service, nigga. You didn't have no book of Acts 12 and 5. Yeah, I should have broke it down. Yeah, that's right. The three sisters. So that's why it represented 3 cycles that they represented too. So that's why they built in it. And then you come through the whole Southeast culture, the 4 tribes down, the 4 nations that they end up coming out with. You know, those they have the same exact story. They do the 3 sisters as well. And these folks trying to tell us that, come on, man. See, we didn't have that problem that the Yucatan had, where they couldn't get the vegetation or the crops out. We had the perfect weather for it. And that's from Texas going through the Southeast. The belt line, all of that shit. Mississippi, that's why they were so great. You know, we laid out that agriculture game in a real way.
Egyptians will believe that too. You have the what's the name? Osiris in the sarcophagus, death, renew, and his son will be the one to earn it, to rule. You will find, as far as I know, for example, the basis of the Greek philosophy, the basis of the Greek mythology are coming from Egypt. But Egyptians will not develop their own. So this has 2 currents. They said they did it, they would not develop their own. And the Greeks is an adaptation of the Egyptians. But Egyptians, as far as I know, is an adaptation of the myths of the, I don't know how to call it in English, Mesopotamia? Mesopotamia, okay. You will have to go to Mesopotamia. Right. The worship of Isis, this virgin that is coming from, it's coming from a long way behind. Well, I said this, you bring up the Babylonian deities, so you have, their deities are also foreign deities. Yes. The Babylonians. Yes. Right. Like Tammuz, they have a deity called Tammuz. Tammuz, his wife, she seen weeping for him. All of the foreign deities are resurrection deities. Their wives weep for them before they died and came back. But that's actually in his sarcophagus. It was the top of his sarcophagus. And the god? Green man? No. They actually have a green man. I'm trying to think of his name. They call him, he's depicted as these green men. Jesus is. When I was a kid, my grandfather. Yeezy woke up now. It's called the Old Testament and the New Revelations in English, right? In Spanish, it's just Antiguo Testamento y Nuevo Testamento. Old Testament and New Testament. The New Revelations, the way they choose which part will go where, which of these books will go into the Bible. It was made by a pope and the bishops. Council of Nicaea. In a council, yes, and how they choose, how they move. I don't know how much that would change. Because they're talking about their own political issues. They're talking about their own political things back in those years, in 1400s, 1300s, for example. And you look at it on a view of a civilization, hope that lived those days. But maybe if you have the New Revelations book settled down today, it would be different. But then, what have you lost in translation? What have we lost in translation? Because first, what's the language of Jesus? What language does Jesus used to speak? He was no Santi. Some say Aramaic. Okay, so from Aramaic, to which language it was translated? Okay, good point. And then to Latin. And
y'all see where you going with it? He talking about how much you lose in translation. So when we hear these first contact stories, especially when you're dealing with these religious factors, things go into translations, but you lose in translation every time it's translated. You lose, even in the new Bibles that they have now that they say is easier to read. You know their reason for it, but it's translation.
That's why I believe that maybe a few things for sure, especially in those years, will change. Right? That's why I don't see that kind of relation between traditions and Bible. Right? It will allow the Mayas to be easily converted.
What kind of sandwiches you got wrapped up in there, though, sir? Like, what kind of point that you toe off on there? I'm keeping it out.
Hold up. Oh yeah, Mexico. Take me to Mexico.
Dixie University. 29 is a beautiful, beautiful day. We're on top of the world right now.
That part.
You can look around, east side, east corner of the mound. It's going down. We gotta get this all around, man.
All around.
Real way, man. Top down, man. Texas, top down, PA, Colorado, South Carolina showing up. I mean, Alabama, Mississippi.
Georgia gonna always be here.
Georgia gonna hold. Yeah, Georgia gonna hold. I wanted to ask, are you originally from Texas?
Born here in Dallas.
Dallas, okay. Do you have any Indian ancestry? Like any Indian grandma?
People that were here on my dad's side, we do have some history, but as far as documented history, I go back to 1837. I have not identified a native tribe that I could tie our history to, but my great-grandmother, who grew up in Sealy, Texas, has always said that, or had told, she lived to 114 months, that we got Native American ancestry history in this space. So we know that from the continent of Africa, all life spread out all over the world, and that were people living in these spaces before European contact and before the transatlantic slave trade. So too often we ignore that history, because when we think about the transatlantic slave trade and millions of people being shipped to this space, 55% went to Brazil, South America, 35% went to the Caribbean, only 6% came to North America. So there have to be more people living in these spaces that interacted in this situation. So that's part of the history too. Our history does not start with enslavement. So there's a Buddhist saying that says, when the student is ready, the teacher will appear. So it's your turn to teach. Tell me something I don't know. The transatlantic slave trade is actually being brought up to teach.
Hold on, I want to run that back because he said it's an old Buddha saying. When the student is ready, the teacher will appear. So it's your turn to teach. Because I asked him, did he have Indian in him? And he a Pan-African. So I guess he felt disrespected.
So there's a Buddhist saying that says, when the student is ready, the teacher will appear. So it's your turn to teach. Tell me something I don't know. The transatlantic slave trade is actually being brought up to Texas. It's outside of the bureau. First African to the colonial, there's still Negro on board. Who come from the Spanish. A lot of people like to say Spanish were white, or as we can see, it's still Negro came with the conquistador. So you had other conquistadors out the border from Spain for 700 years. 1492, they lived out and were failed. 1432, under the African. So when they get down to Texas, you know about it? You can't tell about the Indians. Come on, man. The two fucking Indians look like people in the room right now. They also had states in the Corpus Christi, the slave trade go down here. From Gallup, so I think it was a people passing through the town. But after the Indian, what's going here, Seminole Wars, 1816, when she didn't move out the treaty of 1845, they put Oklahoma was down in the Texas because in 1829, since they prepared for the third black nation president, outlawed slavery in Texas. So the battle in Texas was always for the fight for no slavery after they broke away from Spanish colonialism, which Napoleon invaded Spain and put Southern on the sea, and that's what split it. But even the Mexican Revolution, most of the people that died. So, of course, galaxy history was intentional. Now, it was actually my grandma's first film. Come out of Polk County, family, my grandma's mother, his nickname got the Alabama. So, and that was the indigenous trading post that we decided Indians from outside to get the reservation and older than Texas down. My family, the chief leaders from the society, participated in the Texas Revolution. And it was the speaking between, the messaging between the tribe and San Pedro. And so that's what we're here for. We're here to represent our indigenous and here to represent the American Indians. The story don't get told here because when you deal with Texas culture, it has always been a fight here to the Union slavery in 1836 after Battle of Alabama. We have 1840 when they brought in laws to still deal with it. We had what's called the Council of Legislature, which came basically to Moses Dawson. He got a record with Spanish, and the Spanish, he died, so the son's speaking of Boston. My great grandfather was speaking of Boston, the son's speaking of Boston position. They brought him in, he was more wealthy guy, one of the richest men in Harris County, who later was like $14 things. They have problems out here, those families in the time. But I say this to say this here, that's what led to the settlers coming into Texas. We had Ohio, Texas, which was the position of the Mississippi State government. They were the poorest, so they were bribed with obvious to the respect for the settlers. And that's what brought the slavery here, the settlers here. Most of them had to be captured freely, traveling to Louisiana. Well, they did it. They did it right here. His family came out of Thompson 302 and with it. 300 county. They were the curtain out of him. And we here today, their history. But yeah, let's come down here for the
No, man, say, man, I'm the legendary Big Geopolitical, man. He finna show how there wasn't no Africans. Well, hold on, let's watch him work. Professor Juneteenth.
Total population transported into Galveston, into Texas, 15,070. Galveston, 11,492. So when you think about that, with 300,000 people enslaved here in this area.
Somebody said, I can't make out nothing you saying. Bro, the words on the screen. Can you read? You can't make out nothing I'm saying. Can you read? Because, nigga, I pulled the banners down so you can see can you read? Look, brother, the words are there.
65.
You see that? All the words, big bold letters.
People that were either already here. So
y'all heard him, right? He gave you the total population of people who were already there. Then he gave you the total population of slaves. And he said this is showing that the population of slaves would have had to be the people who were already there. Check number enslaved people transported to Texas, 1827 to 1860. And how he's showing all the way up here to 45. All right, now 46. Now you had 36. That was the Battle of the Alamo. And in 40, they passed what's called the Ashworth Act, where they wanted to remove the blacks out of Texas because it was already a large indigenous population here
Plus, you had the Spanish that was also a melanated population that was living in the area as well. So they're bringing these settlers are coming in, and they're bringing this wave of settlers coming in, and they want to implement their laws in. So you get your ass worked at. And then they'll come back in 46, and then of course in 48 you get the Treaty of Guadalupe. Now 45 and going all in this here, you got your Mexican American War going on. And after that, you see the rise. You see the numbers get higher because now you have the settlers in place. So the indigenous population, all of a sudden, the numbers influx. And so by 65, they had 360,000 slaves in the state of Texas. But they show you who was all brought in. They weren't even bringing in that many numbers, indicating the people that was here once the settlers enacted their own Declaration of Independence and Constitution and all of that. And this is what happened. You'll see an influx of the slave population of the people that were there.
American Indian Third Annual Homecoming 15 Tours in 2 years.
One big family, family, family. We are happy. Yeah, yeah. Cause we're one big family, family, family. Hey man, I'm gonna need some generals in Georgia next month. Man, get y'all money right, man. Get y'all schedule tight. Man, I'm gonna need y'all. I'm gonna need some RF, man. And in Georgia. And next month, June. This a big one, so I'm gonna need y'all to show up and pull up. You feel me? Man, get it together, bro. We gotta have that indigenous representation. You see what we just told homie. We're here to make sure the story of the indigenous people get told. Same thing we got understood with Professor Dave last night. Nigga, hold on. Where's the Indian in the story? How we gonna tell this story? We can't be standing on Indian land and we talking about everybody but the Indian. So yeah, nigga, today the Indian speak for itself, and a lot of these Moors mad. And Hebrews and everybody else that then tried to make a stake here in some type of shape, fashion, or form. Native, everybody, slave trade, everything, all that shit there. Nigga, hold on, nigga, real niggas on the block. Indians speak for this. And everybody got to fall back. We ain't on no Afro-indigenous. We not pushing none of that black Indian, black native. Man, get your bars up. There's some real ones out here who been doing it and doing it in a real way. And man, you know, we gonna speak for the Indian Corp. We ain't going like you can't have it. You know, we coming from a whole different place. Nigga, how far have you got in your genealogy? Well, you need to be working on your genealogy. We don't want to hear from you. Pass the mic. How far have you got in your genealogy? Okay, sir, you need to pass the mic. You need to be working on your genealogy. People jump on this internet every day for the wrong reasons. Motherfuckers that come through here, they'll put crazy things in the title to attract people, you know, controversial topics and all of that. How far have you got in your genealogy? You know, labels and titles and names and all of this type of shit here. You know, but how far have you got in your genealogy? How much do you know where you at in the story? You're around here telling other niggas story. The stories that you run around here telling or stories about someone who have descendants out here. That's their answer to the question, not yours. You can't share their answer. And I don't know what you feel me? And niggas just don't get it. It's not hard, it's simple. You can't come out here and tell me that somebody misclassified you, but then you don't want to do your genealogy to find out who you are. What the fuck is going on? You comfortable with saying I was a prisoner of war or some shit like that? Or you was this freak black person that lived a wonderful life, no slavery, and just was prominent, then where are your records? Who are your family members talked about in American history? Let us see that shit. Cause you ought to come from some prominent people. If you had all of these advantages, you ain't never been enslaved, you've been great, you've been powerful, you've been out of this here. Well, then we ought to know your family and history. Somebody had to write about them. Somewhere from their towns, their counties, somebody. It's some type of paperwork on them. How far do you go back? All the other shit, nigga, get it off the block. All that cap shit needs to stop. It's like niggas have reached a peak on how far they can go in information and their understanding on this Indian paradigm. Nigga, this shit is a marathon. And niggas already short-winded. Niggas already ran out of gas. Nigga got two hands on his knees, head down. Hands on top of his head trying to catch the wind. And it's a marathon. Come on, man. This shit, come on, nigga. It's easy when you sticking to you. Niggas come out putting up pictures of other people, family members, and all this type of shit. Like, man, fuck that, nigga. And you talking about how Indian or American or Aboriginal you are, but you can't show us no pictures of your family that's Indians or whoever the fuck you claiming to be. Hebrew nigga. Your mama was a Christian, but you the only Hebrew in the family. Shit crazy. You know what I'm saying? You ain't following by none of the customs. You wasn't raised by none of that. Your ass ate bacon and motherfucking pan sausage. Nigga, yeah, your ass ate bacon and pan sausage and ham. Nigga, for the holiday ham, nigga. Chitlin, nigga, pea feet, your whole motherfucking life, nigga. You got this book and now you trying to live by it. Going outside your culture, going out your way to go outside your culture, and don't even have a model or a picture, and so you done made up some more shit. These niggas be out here and goddamn camouflage camos with motherfucking spikes and shit. Shout out to the Hebrew. But or the long dress joints, you watch them back in the game. They had the long joints on, and they'll never want to look presentable. They'll just have it on like it's some rags to represent the struggle that goddamn the ancient Hebrews went to. Nigga won't even put on no nice looking clothes. He'll rather come out here in some rags and shit to represent nigga what the book told him, the horrors and tortures that the Hebrews went to. You nigga out y'all goddamn mind, nigga. All this fake ass shit. Man, man. And all you gotta do, nigga, is go do your genealogy. Yeah, nigga, we gotta go through all this bullshit, and all you gotta do is one thing. Everything else, you gotta sign paperwork. You gotta go get a motherfucking ID from a nigga off the internet who started an organization 2 years ago, and now you part of an indigenous government. They got some shit going around with niggas talking about you can get scanned, an indigenous scan, and it'll come back you indigenous, but it ain't telling you what tribe or what ancestor is none of this type of shit. And niggas walking around with ID cards, and it's just so many. I wouldn't call it a scam. I don't want to be disrespectful, but people are fucking over niggas out here. That TikTok is something serious. Everybody got a scheme or a scam or a play for you. Every nigga got classes and nigga, how far do you go back in your genealogy? You out here trying to teach other people and shit, nigga. What you know about yourself? It's crazy, man. Y'all be cool like y'all be cool, man. Hold the motherfucking line. Strength and honor. As long as we got each other, we don't need nobody else, man. Bring it in. Family on 3, family on me. 1, 2, 3, family. Is the heart of a woman.
heart of a woman. Yeah. Question is why I do the things I do. Answer I may never find, but I'll always choose you. Wanna give up on you, but I know I can't. I put the blame on me for giving you chances to chance. I can't stand. And I try to be strong, how much can I put your words on your life this time? And I'll be lying, 'cause only the thing that's saving you is the heart of a woman. I don't really wanna stay, I don't really wanna go, but I really need to know, can we get it together? Get it together, get it together. I don't really wanna go, I don't really wanna stay, but I really want, can we get it together? Get it together. You don't know the pain that I feel. You've taken my love for granted and you just wanna see it your way. Yeah, it's about that time. I'm gonna tell you what's on my mind. I'm fed up with you not being here with me. When you know love is all I need. I don't wanna stay, I really wanna stay. I don't want to go. I really need to know, can we get it together? Can we get it? Yeah. And I don't wanna, I really wanna go, I really wanna stay, don't want to stay, get it together, get it together, let's get it together, babe. I can't let go, 'cause being confused just takes control. I hope we can start brand new, 'cause I don't wanna lose you. Oh no. With the love we share, baby, it's all so rare. I'm willing to try and make you see that all you need is here in me. I don't want to stay, I don't want you to how you feel. Let me know how you feel. I don't wanna stay, don't want to go. But you gotta let me know just how you feel. Yeah, I don't wanna stay, no, no. I don't really wanna go, and I don't want to go. Get it together. Come on, babe, let's get it together. I don't really wanna go. Can we get it together? Come on, boy. Get it together. Yeah. See, I'm so confused. I just don't know what to do. And I don't understand. No. You know I don't wanna stay. You know I don't wanna go. Baby, please listen to me. I don't wanna. I really wanna stay. Don't wanna go. I really need to know. Can we get it? I hope, I pray baby.